Wait, I'll do it. Maybe it's us. I think it's us. Shoot. Okay, am I back now? Oh my god, what is going on? This is bull. Well, let's hope it's not. Hold on, let me yell at Gabe. Turn off things you don't need up there, Gabe. So like, you know, the internet stuff. Close the internet stuff you don't need. Like if you're watching something, please stop for now. Thank you. Okay. No watch. You might be screwing up our thing. Our internet has been kind of crappy lately, so it could have been us. But anyway, okay. Can you guys see me now? Just type in a letter, say yes or something, anything. Because it's telling me I have 0 viewers and I don't know what's right and what's going on here. It's screwing up all now. Yep, okay. Well, you got time to think about that question at least, huh? Huh? Here, I'm gonna wait like 2 minutes and then we'll ask the question again. How stupid. Hopefully it doesn't do it again. Our connection has always been pretty good. I don't get it. So this part's actually pretty easy, just because to transfer it, I just trace it. So I don't have to worry about line width or anything like that right now. Right now it's just about getting the main lines and not the details over. So that's another reason this isn't very detailed. The detail will come after I start doing the actual line work. These are just the main elements I want to get in. So it's kind of cool to see a dumbed down version, and then like the final version should be a lot more intricate. Hopefully. If all goes well, you know. So the whole reason you make the transfer a little bit lighter is so you can see where you've been while you're tracing it. And you don't actually have to use the pencil or whatever you're using at the time that's the same as what it's going to be. You could even use a paintbrush or something, like the end of a paintbrush. It doesn't matter, because all you want for this is the pressure. Because once you're doing the pressure, then, you know, it's just transferring the lead on the back. So you don't even need to waste your lead. But, I don't know. I don't know why I'm doing it then, but I'm just used to it. Here, I'll switch to doing a black one, because it does not matter. No, I don't know what it's like in Detroit, honestly. Hopefully you're moving for good reasons. I'm sorry if it's for bad. Okay. Are we ready for the question again? I was gonna give you examples. Hopefully it's not screwing up anymore. That would suck. I'm gonna guess it's because Gabe was watching stuff. Shh. Don't tell him. And I'm almost wondering if I want this part, this halo, to be done digitally, like in post. Still wondering about that. I don't know yet. I might give it a go, because even if I do it traditionally, I can still take it out and do it digitally if it ends up sucking. So, there's that, but that's true. Throw out the question before it acts up again. Oh, for love. Oh, lights and sea. Good, Crickens. Yeah, I downloaded a bunch of like ambient / music mixes that are royalty free, so hopefully it's kind of like once in a while there'll be a song thrown in, then there'll be some ambience, and luckily right now it just matches what I'm doing. Okay, the question. Ready? What lyrics haunt you? And try to think about this in the best way possible. So mine is kind of funny. It has been coming up in my life throughout my life at random times. Typically when I'm super insecure, of course. Smash Mouth. I don't even like Smash Mouth, okay? But there's that part where they say, it's just like fat, it retracts before impact. And for some reason, my brain took that as a fact. And I'm sure there's some science maybe to it. You know, that fat will retract and then just hit you and you're bloated and whatever. But every time I eat something bad or whatever, that lyric just plays in my head. And I want to just, you know? So that's what I mean. That one's funny though. Because I'm like, shut up, Smash Mouth. Because they just wedge their themselves in there. I don't know. So what's a lyric that maybe anything in your life can just cue it to just play in your head and you're just like, why? You know? Preferably not something that's really dark and makes you sad or, you know. But, I mean, if you still want to share it, go for it. But, I don't know. I try not to have the room brought down, you know. But I just thought it'd be fun to think about in case anybody else has Smash Mouth haunting them. Like this guy. You know. Yeah, take time to think about it. This is not an easy question, mind you. Take some thought. And I always get scared when I'm doing this if it's going through, but that's why I do that test one. And hopefully the test one was accurate, and hopefully it's as dark as it showed me. Sometimes I'm afraid of it being too dark too, but then I'm like, I can just erase it, basically. The nice thing about this is, if I do anything really bad, I know I can fix it in post. The only time it sucks when you're doing traditional work and you really screw up to like a point you can't go back from it is if you're gonna sell it. But even then, if you're used to doing mixed media, which, you know, I kind of am, I'm used to doing something, and if I can't make a mistake work for the piece, then I know what I can do to kind of go back and fix it using another medium or, you know, whatever. So there's always something you can usually do. I mean, unless you pour ink all over your piece. That can happen too. Isn't that weird, Crickets? It's one of those things, like, it happens all the time, but right when you're called out to, you know, give an example, you're like, nope, can't right now. Sorry. My brain is gone. I totally feel you on that. It's like when you're having an argument with somebody, and they're like, oh, you always do this. And you're like, oh, yeah? Yeah? When? And they're like, you know, when you do it, times. You do it sometimes. It's like, okay, when? No, I can't put me on the spot like that. That sort of thing. I feel like it's similar to that. Or maybe instead of lyrics that haunt you, maybe are there lyrics when something just happens in your life, you're like, yep, that thing. Or like they play, like, this, I just thought of this. Maybe you're one of those people that if you do something cool and you pull something off and you're really proud of yourself, maybe it plays the Final Fantasy Battle Win theme. I don't know. Maybe you're that guy. That can be a thing. You know, the da 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 da. No, that's in my head. Great. You guys, bats are pretty damn cute. Like, I knew bats were cute, but bats are really, really cute. Ooh, crickens, I like that. You can get addicted to a certain kind of sadness. I could totally see that too. That is a good lyric. That's a perfect example, really, of what I was saying, like something in your life cues you to think of a lyric. How about that? Instead of saying haunting, let's say something in your life that cues you to think of a certain lyric. That's perfect. I mean, I guess you could apply it to movies too, like something in your life cues you to think about a certain scene, you know? And I know I'm going off the page right now, but I'm sorry. I can't change it really right now. I will be able to in a minute once I get this done. It's going pretty quick, actually, so I'm trying to do it a little bit faster than usual, so I might be making some mistakes because, you know, I'm live and I don't usually do this part live because it's dry, but, you know, you want to be a little careful at this stage, but nothing too crazy. Because I feel like if you're too careful at this stage, you'll get hung up in the details, and honestly, sometimes I even get tripped up because I'm like, oh my god, that line sucks, and there's no line weight to it, and then I have to remind myself, this isn't that stage. That's the next stage. And I'm like, oh, right, okay. Get a little bit paranoid, I guess. I do still want to do this. Maybe I'll just, you know what I'm probably gonna do? I might do it separately and then in post superimpose it on it so I can get a real even thing going on. Maybe. No, you know what? Maybe I won't. It also is cool because it's kind of like the moon. I'll do what I said I was gonna do. Like, if it sucks, I'll just redo it and then take it out and put in the new one. It's been nice too because I've finally gotten to use my new tablet a lot more lately. I know last stream we talked about iPads and digital devices, but I finally have a new tablet I got in the summer, but I hadn't been able to use it on anything because I've still been going hard on the pet portraits. I'm still going hard on the pet portraits, but you know, I'm learning more how to balance my work here so I can still maintain an internet image instead of completely falling off the face of the planet. Especially since I've got Patreon stuff to do, I can't exactly hermit myself. Give me 2 seconds and I'll look up again at the chat. So if I were smart, I would be doing this part with a white transfer, but I don't have that right now. So, working with what I got. Can't think of anything. That's okay, Serenity. You got 2 from an anime fire seal? What are they? Oh, Ayas, dude, cute. Yeah, lines from movies all the time too, yeah. No, I didn't just pick my nose. Oh, Serenity. Take it out and put in a new one is a philosophy, by the way. That's not bad, yeah. Yeah, I scratched my nose. I've got hairs right now, like, going on my nose. But I have a feeling I'm getting trolled, but we'll wait. Yeah, that's true. Crickens, you and Serenity might have a thing. You guys are kind of into the same stuff. Crickens, did you get your package yet, by the way? I forgot to do a post about my Alger. But for those that don't know, I have this, and I'll try to keep it brief for those that do know and have heard it a million times. On my Patreon, I have a Curious Collector tier, which is basically a mix of Studio Ghibli and Pokemon. And this month, the Guardian, I like to call him, is an owlbear. But I call them Owlgers. These are going to be my little guys. They're about 1 to 2 feet tall. So they're like if you took an owlbear and you put it in this dense little dwarf package of just murder machine angst, and you made it really cute. So they're going to have stickers. This will probably be the image inside the button or magnet. So you get button or magnet, stickers, the lore sheet. I always create a lore sheet that's got like a story behind what they are, what they do, all that kind of stuff. And then a Guardian's Gift, which is basically the equivalent to a fortune or horoscope. It takes an attribute of the Guardian itself and bestows it onto you for that month or, you know, whatever you want to do with it. But I called it an Owlger. I call them cousins of the owlbear, so that somebody's not like, hey, that's not an owlbear. I'll be like, hey, it's my version of an owlbear. I wanted to make it chibi and cute and still lethal and scary. But anyway. Do you? Oh, Mayfox. Does he like them? No, it didn't yet, Serenity. Didn't yet. All this changing scenery means nothing to me, even though it's beautiful. I don't feel a thing. There's only silence in my mind, like there's nothing inside of my soul. Whoa. Whoa. That's dark, Fire Seal, but it's also beautiful. I don't think I've ever seen that anime. Oh, they are clever. Stop. You're clever. Thank you. I enjoy doing them. It's been my way to keep up my writing chops while I don't have time to work on my books right now. At least every month I'm literally getting paid to write, so I still have to do it, which is awesome because that means I'm writing every month, so that once I eventually get the time again, which will hopefully be spring or summer, to actually start on my actual stories, that I have them all basically written or at least outlined. I just need to start drawing them, and that's what I don't have time for currently. So, and then eventually I'd like to get my Patreon to be, you know, mainly about those. But for the moment, you do what you can. I don't know. My Patreon ends up being like my part-time job right now, which I'm very thankful for it. I love that though, Fire Seal. That's cool. Alright, it's a little bit lighter than I would have liked, but I think I can work with it. Yeah, I'll have to get up close to certain areas, but... Oh, that's awesome, Crickens. I never even thought about that. All the times I've sent you stuff. Didn't even think about it. Okay. So this is how light it turns out, so it's pretty nice. You know, if you had made any mistakes or anything, typically, you know, you can easily erase them at this point. So, A is good. Let's see. So now, I get to do it again. But this time, putting line width onto it as well as doing it darker. You know what's really funny? You saying President House, I don't know, cued me to think of White House, and then it cued me to think of like national things. I have been to Washington, D.C., New York, Seattle, and I live in Illinois, and I haven't seen the main landmarks from any of them. I've been a block away from the White House, haven't seen it. I've been a few blocks away from the Empire State Building, didn't see it. I saw the Needle in Seattle from like way far away, right? But didn't see it up close. And then in Millennium Park in Illinois, there's that big metal bean. I've been down there like 3 or 4 times. Still haven't seen the bean. What's wrong with me? Like, I don't understand. Oh, cute. You Baltimore's. Are you guys called Baltimoreans? What's the name for that? Baltimoreans? Here we go. Silver Key, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Now I can move the sheet around. Sorry for this stupid... That shadow is because of my light over here. We're working on getting a light box. Because right now I've got 2 ring lights, and with my time-lapse setup upstairs, I use this one, and I hate having to bring it up and downstairs, so we're looking at getting a light box. At least then this will be more diffuse, and you won't see this bad shadow. So dumb. Baltimoreans? Cute. I'm giving this little bat some jewelry, some bling. Bling bat. For anybody who's new here or lurking, if you have any art questions about just art life, how to become freelance, anything like that, every week I basically answer some of those. Or just anything you want to talk about, really. I used to be in mobile games for like 10 years. And then I left to kind of do my own thing. Turns out mobile games aren't very good for your heart and your soul. They're kind of icky. The whole industry there is kind of not so good. But then again, it could also just depend on who you work for. But yeah, games in general, it's pretty hit and miss. Do you miss it, Kristen? Your Glen Burnie area? God, I have hair just trying to get into my eyeball. Hopefully your connection's better than earlier. I still haven't asked this on my Insta stories, and I really want to. But another question: what did you learn to love in 2020? Like, there's a lot of things last year we could have hated and were worth hating, right? But what's something you learned to love? Something that either you discovered or you've just kind of fell in love with a hobby, maybe a food, maybe a routine, something like that. What do you got? Hi, Mr. Crane. It has been a while. I hope you've been okay. I've been alright. Still a little bit too busy for comfort, but that's going on 5 years or something now, so I've gotten accustomed to it, but I would really like a break soon. Yesterday and today, actually, no, not today. Yesterday and the day before, because tomorrow's my birthday, I was trying to have a little bit more fun than usual. I didn't want to take the day off or anything because I can't afford to do that right now. But I wanted to mix in some fun, so I at least did a watercolor time lapse that we'll be releasing hopefully next week. And what was the other thing I did? Oh, I played some new VR games for my workout. So typically, I play a couple VR games as a workout, but like I wanted to get a couple more, so variety. But anyway, that aside, I've been alright. How have you been, Crane? Last year sucked, for the most part. But, like I said, give me some things you fell in love with. I'll give you an example. The biggest thing I can think of that I learned to love last year was cabbage. I know, that's stupid. Whatever, but cabbage. I love raw, untouched by seasonings and stuff cabbage. It's great. It's like cauliflower that didn't suck but mixed with a radish and is just delightfully crunchy and crispy, and I love it. It's stupid. I love it. And eggplant, but not as much as the cabbage. The cabbage I've been buying a lot, and I just have it with every meal, basically. It's great. It's like a nice chip substitute or something. I don't know. Okay, you got it, Kristen. But yeah, so for me it's been foods. And I fell back in love with walnuts, which I have they're my stream snack, walnuts, and grapefruit. Yeah, I'm not a person who likes tart things, but I started liking grapefruit again. No lie. Walnuts, Crickens? Or the bell peppers? Oh man. Yeah, bell peppers are another one. I fucking love bell peppers. Yes. Oh my god. But, oh, and I learned to like chickpeas. Like, you roast some chickpeas. And I learned chickpeas and garbanzo beans are the same thing. That was news to me. So in case you didn't know, there you go. To love onions. Hell yeah, dude. Onions are awesome. Fucking love onions. Crickens, I heard that your taste buds do actually change over time. you know, they joke about having a kid palate and having an adult palate, but I think it's actually real. Like, that's a real thing. Yeah, dude. Oh, man. Oh, another one. Vegan mayo. Now, hold on. Don't judge me. It's really good. Even if I wasn't vegetarian, if I was still eating, like, regular dairy all the time and all that stuff and whatever, I try to be vegan when I can. But I'm, like, mainly vegetarian. I don't eat meat. But vegan mayo, that taste trumps all mayos. Even if I ate, like, regular meat and all that stuff, I would still have this mayo. I don't get it. I put some sriracha in that shit. I don't understand. I don't know why it's so good. But anyway, it's really good. It's the Vegenaise. It's stupid good. It's like, it should not be that good. Right? So dumb. Anyway. I also respect food. Mad respect. I think you'd like it. Yeah, just get a little one. It's so good, though. It's stupid. I don't even understand. But yeah, you take some vegan mayo, put in some sriracha. If even just for the savoriness, not even necessarily for the spice, because I'm not big into spicy. I'm not. But if you're somebody, good example, who likes mild buffalo wings and ranch, you'd probably dig this Vegenaise sriracha with carrots or celery or whatever. It's good. It's like a total excuse to just eat mayo. How can you hate that, right? It's good. Typically, I think they're on shelves. They're shelf stable, at least until you open them. And then you gotta refrigerate them, but, you know, like regular mayo, you know. But it tastes, if I had to say what it tasted most like, I would probably say Hellmann's. Mayo, not Miracle Whip or anything like that. Yeah, I'd say Hellmann's. It tastes pretty close to that. But somehow it's better. I don't get it. Sometimes I don't know what these lines are. So... Oh yeah, eggs are great. Oh, and I finally learned how to cook tofu correctly. That took a while. The key is cornstarch. If you're looking how to get tofu or anything that's kind of fried on the edges, but not like fried chicken fried, you know, it's like toasty and crispy on the edges, but soft on the inside, you can basically put cornstarch on anything and then fry it up like that. It's real good. Secret hacks. So I guess this year I was big into cooking. Gabe calls me a good cook. I thought that was one of the nicest things I'd ever heard. No one had ever called me a good cook before. Granted, no one had called me a bad cook, but I was very happy to hear I was a good cook. Soya chunks? No, is that different from tofu? And don't worry for anybody here who's like, oh my god, she's gonna push her beliefs on me. I'm not. I'm not. You do your thing, I'll do mine. That is not what we're about here. Unless it's about one thing, but I'm not going to mention it because I don't want to, like, start that up. But if it happens, you'll know. Comes dehydrated, so it's not even, like, it's not even wet? Like tofu's wet? What is it? Soya chunks. Can you send me a link to some Crickens on like Instagram or something? Yeah, I'm still doing that as my main hustle, Crane, but since COVID really canceled all the cons, I'm not able to do those as much, so I've been digging into my Patreon a lot more, and I'll show you. There's some stuff on my Patreon that I've been digging my feet into a lot more. I mean, I've been trying to get my, my store to be more known and all that stuff, but these are kind of my pride and joy, I'll say. But otherwise, art-wise, I'm doing this tarot card deck. Not really a deck, more like bookmarks. I'm doing time lapses, tutorials. I'm doing there's watercolors every once in a while. I do ATCs a lot. God, if I had my planner here, I could tell you everything I'm doing. I've got a full plate. It's overflowing. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff. The most notable right now, though, is the tarot card stuff. But yeah, a lot of it has to do with my Patreon. I do coloring pages every month on there, device wallpapers. I'm trying to think. A lot of stuff that shows up on my Instagram is basically a good kind of synopsis of what I've got my fingers in, I guess. How many irons I've got in the pot and all that. I try to do the Twitch thing at least once a week still. It used to be a lot more, but I don't have the time to do it since I'm behind on the Pet and Armor portraits, thanks to COVID. So there's that, but yeah. I stopped doing the mentorships for a bit. I might pick that up again. I don't know. Depends on how much interest, I guess, there is for it. I enjoyed doing them. I thought they were really fun. Thank you, Crickens. Hi, Killer Cutie. Me too. Me too. This right now is the Hangman card, actually. I don't know, maybe you can see this better. He's a... Whoops. He's a bat. So my tarot card deck thing right now is, like, woodland themed. I've got about 4 down. Oh, here's the Hermit. The Hermit card. So I was gonna try to... This was done on stream too, so if you want to see this be done, you can go back through my Twitch videos or on my YouTube and find it. By the way, if anybody wants to see me when I was really clunky and just starting off on Twitch, I have all my videos I've ever done on Twitch on YouTube. There's like 200 some videos, so if you want to just watch how weird I was, go for it. It was before I had a nicer UI overlay too, so it's funny. I don't know. Some people find that interesting. So this is the Hermit card. I also have a High Priestess Owl, lovers that are snails. The Fool is a moth going through a candle. And then there's this one, the Hangman. And then I already did High Priestess, Hermit, lovers, Fool. Oh, that's it. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Alright, Fire Seal. You were talking about your hair color earlier. I just dyed my hair dark again a week or so. Really, Serenity? When was the last time you had it dark? Was it a while ago? So it's technically like a woodland themed tarot with a focus on a lot of more north woods animals. I'm still going to work in a stag, a deer, probably as the Emperor and Empress, a beaver, Porcupine. There's a few I'd still like to get in. But I've got 22 cards to do total. I'm only doing the Major Arcana right now. Like, there's no way I have time for the full thing, you know. Because that is an undertaking. Plus, I would want to do those all basically in one go at the same time so they all look similar. I'm having a hard enough time doing these like every week or other week when I get time. They get a little bit disjointed, you know. I do, Crane, yeah. No, I thought we were doing pretty good for a while. Don't be embarrassed or whatever that it didn't end up going, you know, to fruition or whatever. I hope it helped for whatever, you know, you needed it for. And if you know, ever have questions again, I mean, you can just ask me, you know. We could do it again someday. I'm not opposed to it. Like I said, I enjoyed doing the mentorships. I thought they were fun. And I thought they seemed helpful, so... So I'm only flipping this over when I need to. Meaning, when I'm doing a part of it that is more gravity affected, I flip it over so I can at least do that right. Because doing things upside down when they're affected by gravity can really result in some off, incorrect, you know, you gotta make sure you're looking at it the right way. But for most of it, I'm okay doing it the other way. It's just weird because upside down doesn't feel right side up to me, even though it's basically what is supposed to be happening here. This is kind of helping my brain to separate them, so I'm shading them a little bit right now. The whole liar. I could see that, Serenity. Mayfox, what? The whole hire? What are we talking about? Exactly, Crane. Exactly. I agree. I mean, anything you do helps you realize more or less what you do and don't want to do, or the path you should or shouldn't take. Every experience is valuable. It's like feedback. All feedback is valuable. Not all feedback is useful. I think that's how I remembered it. We had said at some point, and it sounded smart. Oh, the Arcana? Arcana. That one? Yeah, I don't have time for the whole shebang. Because the minor is a little bit harder. Because it's a lot of, I don't want to say repetition, but it deals a lot more with numbers of things. So. So we watched Alien vs. Predator last night because Gabe hasn't seen it, and I think it's a really fun movie. And I think he enjoyed it. I think it's fun. I like those movies, they're fun. And it's funny because it was directed by the same guy that did the Resident Evil movies. And I learned that at the credits. But the whole time I was like, man, this feels like Resident Evil. And lo and behold, one of the actors was even in the first Resident Evil movie. I was like, okay, interesting. So that makes sense now. It was just funny. I don't know. One of those things. What's everybody doing next week? It's a 3-day weekend for most people, isn't it? Those that have legitimate jobs. Not like me, who works all the time. Oof. That's okay, Crane. I figured it was something like that that was probably out of your, control and all that. You don't have to apologize. I'm glad, though, that it helped. That means a lot to me. I'm happy that I was able to assist, Because to me, experience is worthless if you don't share it. So if I can especially share experience in the right place at the right time, that feels really, really cool to me. I think my camera's off again. Is that better? Yeah. That chicken painting's really good, May Fox. I'm proud of you. I'm excited for your new book. I hope Richard is helping. Well, I hope you're in a better place mentally now, Crane. I really do. You're a good guy. I wish the best for you. But no worries, all is forgiven. Yeah, I'm gonna add that in. I like that. Pick 'em up. So I mentioned that that song thing earlier, and even the movie thing, because Gabe is kind of one of these people that everything reminds him of something from a movie typically, and he'll just be that guy to throw out quotes. And it used to drive me nuts, but now I feel like I actually do it. So like I just noticed I did it now with the whole pick 'em up from Dumb and Dumber. Like why did I just, and sometimes we'll go into Step Brothers. That movie is super quotable. I don't know. Like I guess I can't get on him anymore about it because heck, I do it. He's totally made it a fun thing. It's like a word association game almost. Oh, good, Crane. I'm really happy to hear that. You're welcome, May Fox. Well, you did really awesome on it, seriously. Exactly, and that's so funny, Crane. So, starting at the beginning of the stream, I had put out that question, like, what song lyrics, are either cued by something in your life or whatever, and I had mentioned that one of my repeated ones is unfortunately a Smash Mouth song lyric. The one where he says, it's like fat, it retracts before impact. Sometimes that just plays, like, over and over and over in my head. But sometimes things just cue it, and I'm like, why? Why have you done this? Why do I deserve this? Cakey Cat, thank you for the follow. Welcome. But yeah, it's either song lyrics or movie quotes. Sorry, I'm munching on the walnuts. I feel like I'm turning into a rabbit or something because I'll just eat the cabbage right out now. Like it's a thing. Just love the out of cabbage. I don't know. Didn't used to. Now I do. Don't know what's up. It's happening. What's everybody doing right now? Is anybody else drawing or doing anything creative? You're working on your planners for the next week? Does anybody actually do birthday wishes on their birthday? I'm curious. Does anybody have like a birthday tradition? So mine's tomorrow, and I don't know. I like hearing traditions people have for their birthdays, or just anything in general. I think they're interesting. Please share with me your traditions. I want to hear them. Not celebrating. That used to be me too, Serenity. And then, I don't know. Something happened where I'm like, you know what? I'm okay with it. I still took it off of my Facebook and things because, I don't know. I feel weird about people I haven't seen in like 10 years just wishing me a happy birthday out of nowhere on my wall, so I just took it off my Facebook. But when it's people close to me, it's kind of alright. Because I just think about, you know, that I like celebrating their birthday with them, and maybe they feel that way about mine, so I'm not going to deny them that, I guess. Because sometimes it is fun just to, I guess, celebrate someone else's stuff, you know? I think it's fun, especially if it makes them feel special, or maybe there's somebody that's kind of fun to, I don't want to say humiliate, but to razz, you know. You've got a friend who hates birthdays like yourself. I'd probably go a little bit crazy on yours, unless you really, really didn't want me to. But it can be kind of fun. I'm just looking back at my lines on this other thing because I didn't really do them very well in here. So I'm referencing my own art right now. And then we'll get to rendering this hopefully pretty soon. So I do hope to sell packs of these. I think I was planning on 3 packs. 2 that were 7. 1 that was 8, I think. Oh, really, Crane? Well, happy birthday in advance. Oh, they don't want to forget about you, though. Come on. Sealing cracks in your house with expanding foam. I'm honored that you are watching me while doing home improvement. I am proud of you. Also, expanding foam is really fun and kind of terrifying. I used it for the first time probably like 5 years ago. And of course, you use too much, and whatever the crack is you're filling, it totally goes outside of that. Granted, I think once it hardens, you can like cut it down and then sand it. I didn't do that because it looked kind of cool and gross, just being what it was. But yeah, it's crazy. It expands so much. Oh my god. Yeah, Crane, that's one too. Oh my god, it's been a while. It's been a while. Yeah, I don't know why that's a thing. I think everybody does that. That must have been a joke in something for a bit. I don't know. It's funny. Cattico? Hi. Damn it, Ash. Happy birthday. Thank you. Damn it, thank you. 2 cats on my lap. I wish I had a birthday tradition. I should work on that. You know, I think the only one we have, kind of collectively, Gabe and I, is just to make it more than a week or a day. Sorry. just a week long type of thing. So it's like, you know, you kind of get everything in there, but we don't really do a big thing on that day, you know? I don't know. It's not really a deal. Okay. I'm a little scared on how far I want to go with this halo, so I might wait on that. But I also don't know. Maybe I should do the halo first. Yeah. I don't want to go too crazy on that. Oh, I didn't get his mouth. No, you need your mouth, little guy. With which to eat fruit and bugs and nuts. Maybe nuts. For sure bugs. Sabella Donna, welcome. How are you? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I think we're pretty good. Starting the next spot soon, maybe? I'm not crazy about that line. Not really. Not at all. Maybe that? Yeah, let's do that. A little bit better. Maybe it would have been over there. So now I'm kind of looking at the image as a whole, making some changes. Man, there's a couple things I really want to implement, but I don't know if I really do or not. I have a problem going overboard with a lot of adornments, so I'm trying to hold back, just in case. Did you, Crane? Congrats! Patreon's great. I love it. It's honestly the only thing feeding me right now. But I'm proud of you. That's a good step. It takes a bit, you know, to get it up and going, so proud of you. The hardest part is getting started, right? Okay, I'm gonna take a progress pick, which sucks because there is so much difference in the lighting right now. Let me make sure this works. Yeah, okay, that looks good. We can do that. Haha. Okay. Well, I think the darkest part of this bat will be the wing, but I'm gonna pull out some bat references real quick like. Oh my god, bats are so cute. Ugh. I never used to think so. I thought it was like, oh yeah, bats are cool. But I have seen some bats lately. My god, they are gorgeous. I am in love with them. Yeah, their fur is typically lighter than their wings. And I've got my little guy here I can look at. Better late than never is totally true. Good way to look at it. Something is better than nothing. It's one of my favorite lines. Okay. So typically their faces are a little bit darker. Alright. for those wondering about my typical tools, let's say for something like this, for a piece like this, I use Prismacolor markers because I like that they're cylindrical and not rounded rects like Copics. Can't do it. I don't know why. These just feel better in my hands. After a while, the Copics actually started to hurt me. So, for this, I typically use 3 to 4 markers. I've got a 10%, a 30%, a 50%, and a 90%. So that's a 155, a 157, 159, yep, and a 163. Then you got your Posca, like my Posca. Now this part gets a little tricky with all these whites. I have many whites that I use. And honestly, it's so crazy to me that each have an actual purpose. I have a jelly roll white, I have a colored pencil white, I have a pastel pencil white, I have a Faber-Castell white, and I have a Sakura pen. No. Signo pen. So each one of these is different and is used for something different, including this one. This is the most opaque. This is about as opaque as that is, but I can blend this one easier. This colored pencil has to be put on after everything else is done, and I can actually have more control over it, gradating it. This one softens everything because it's a white pastel. These two, this one is similar to this one, but it's probably 50% of the opacity of this one. So that one's nice when I'm kind of feeling out if I want to use this one. So I'll usually use this one first, and this one also blurs nicely. And then this one is a little bit less than this one. So I kind of do the same process with this one as this one with that one. So typically on the piece you see here, I'm using these things, as well as my brown coal erase. And sometimes if I need a black, I'll take a Prismacolor Premier Black and use that, but it really sticks out like a sore thumb if I use this on that. It's too grainy and it's too dark. So typically I'll just stick with the brown. Alright, so we're gonna do the bat now. The Hangman. So I don't know if you guys want this to be more zoomed in, zoomed out, what? I'm also gonna do it upside down. I want to do it upside down. Oh, Crane. Well, thank you. I'd say the first couple steps to having a successful Patreon is start low. No physical rewards. Maybe just 1 or 2 tiers of digital things. Always have a tier that's just like a tip tier, where people can throw on a tip, and have your first tier. So I'd start with 2, and then have that second tier be like for digital rewards. And the most common are device wallpapers, tutorials, tips and tricks, color pages, early access, coupons, what else? Like getting Discord access to secret channels. I have 2 in our Discord. One is for all patrons and one is for curious collectors. They get to see kind of behind the scenes stuff of me making the buttons, making stickers. I show how I thought of some of the Guardians. When I get time, I do that. So depending on what your Patreon is for, a lot of people who do just prints, theirs is a whole different setup. Mine is kind of this really weird amalgam of things. Because I'm not solely a print artist. I'm I'm trying to be the storyteller artist and all that. So I've got the storytelling physical rewards. I've got a digital version of the Curious Collector tier in case you don't want all that physical hubbub. You just want the lore. I give a password protected web page every month that you can look at and read the lore and read all that stuff. And there's animations. I make animations for that. All the physical rewards get the digital, but obviously not the reverse. So there's a Curious Collector $5 level that is digital. And then I also have it where people can pay over time for commissions. Now, I wouldn't do that unless you are knee-deep, have been in commissions for a while. Because if you just are like, yeah, I'll start doing commissions, I've never done them before, do not do that. You have to know what you're doing for that one. So I have people pay overtime for that. Obviously state something about no refunds, or you can have store credit. So if somebody doesn't want to pay for their commission anymore, but they've accrued maybe $40, they can use that on my store. Stuff like that. But there's a whole lot you can do. As far as I know, though, I'm the only one that has layaway for commissions. But it's worked great for me. Let's see what else. I would really only do physical rewards once you've gotten to a successful place digitally with your Patreon. Physical rewards are a whole new animal. You have to get used to shipping. You have to know how to ship everything. You have to know how to package all the stuff you're going to ship. It changes sometimes every month with how you're going to ship things. You have to know what sites to use that save you money, because you can't be going to the post office for all this. You end up having to do it at home. So shipping in itself, physical rewards, is a whole thing. So I definitely wouldn't do that until you are 100% sure you know what you're doing when it comes to shipping. But the hardest thing for me that has to do with my Patreon is knowing when to give something exclusively and when to have something just be public. So this watercolor time-lapse that I recorded last week, I was very torn on whether that was just going to be for my patrons or lease out my brain. Thank you for the follow. Or if it was going to be for everybody, like a public video. And I was saying that last year, one of my goals this year was to actually get my Patreon up, or my YouTube up and going with better time lapses, and to do like face videos like I have now on Twitch, but on YouTube, and to record those, because I have a film background, I have animation background. It's like I still want to use those. So the problem is editing, recording, all that stuff takes a ton of time, and I do not have it right now. So I'm trying to do it at least once a month. Something's better than nothing, right? But comes back to, do I make that exclusive for my patrons or do I make it public? That one in particular, I'm going to make public. A lot of my tutorials, though, my work in progress gifts, all that stuff, that's still patrons. They still get a lot. Like at the $3 tier, you get a lot. So I have to remember how much I'm actually doing that's digital rewards, because it's a lot. So doing too much, though, takes away your internet presence. So you have to keep this fine balance between putting stuff out for people to see and to keeping some stuff exclusive for the people paying for it. So that's been a really big learning curve for me. But ultimately, it's still been really fun. So yeah, if you have any questions on Patreon, freelance, anything like that, conventions, even though they don't exist right now, let me know. I'm happy to, let you know. You make battle maps. Yeah! That's great, though. Are they like print at home maps? It's funny you say that, Crane, because every time I do a Patreon update, I'm like, this is gonna take me an hour. I'll be back to working on my stuff, within an hour. Nope, that is absolutely wrong. It always takes me like 4 to 5 hours to actually get together all my stuff, to make the animations for the process gifts. If I'm doing a tutorial, it can take days. So there's a lot of stuff. So unfortunately, the dollar level doesn't get anyone anything other than like a thank you, really. I think I give you some like coloring pages, but the $3 tier gets you a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. And I'm happy to provide that. And once in a while, I give out free things too, free physical things to the $3 people. So the most recent one was a wood pin that you could get if you just filled out this contact form. I only got 6 people who did it. I have like 80 patrons. There's a bunch of people that didn't get a free pin. Like, all you gotta do is fill out the contact form. That's it. If you're a patron right now and you're like, what? Free thing? What? I didn't do that? Let me know. Because, here, I'll go get it and I'll show it to you. My chair squeaks. It's funny. Hi, Cavendish! Hey! I'm glad you showed up. So, a while back, I made these wood pins, right? And they came with this nice little, like, thing that these go on here, and you get it like that, and it tells you what each one kind of means. I called them Wisewood. So each one is like saying, well, I'm a student of mushrooms, or I'm a student of sprouts, or a leaves, you know, acorn apprentice, all these kind of cute things. So if you are at the $3 tier and up on my Patreon, you get this one for free. You just gotta fill out my contact form, that's it. So if you want me to put that link in the chat, if you're like, what? Let me know, and I will throw it to you. So you can go fill that out, because I don't think a lot of people saw that update. I feel really bad because I was prepared. I was so prepared. Mayfox here. I'll get it for you. Patreon. Because I was expecting there to be like, you know, at least 30 people that filled it out. No. No? I don't know if it's me. I don't know if it's you. I don't know. Hold on. I gotta sign into Patreon. Because I haven't on this computer. It's so silly. You know what? Screw that. I'm gonna do it on here. It's easier. Did you, Cavendish? Did it arrive safely? I always worry. God, do I worry. Okay. This might have been back in November, by the way. It might have been a little while ago. Yeah, Wisewood pin badges. It's funny because, no shade, I'm not trying to throw any shade, but it is interesting how many people don't read things. And it reminds me of back in high school when they would do those like, oh, you're gonna hear my voice here in a minute. You ever get one of those tests, those pop quizzes or whatever, that's got a bunch of questions, whatever, and then the very last question, it says, if you read to this point without doing anything yet, just sign your name at the top and you'll get 100%. And you don't have to even do the rest of the sheet. And I was always like, yes, because you're supposed to read through everything, then go through again and, you know, whatever. They were trying to teach you to look at context before you actually start answering stuff. And I was always so proud of that. And I love those tests because they were easy, but everybody would always go through and, like, get to the bottom and they're like, damn it! You know, you'd hear a kid in class be like, what? It's awesome. I don't know. I felt like I had superpowers or something for that. But it's like just because of reading. So every time I do one of those things and I put the info kind of, I guess, in the middle of the update, I'm like, no one's going to see this. Even if I bold it, even if I underline it, I don't think they're going to read that far. Lo and behold, it doesn't happen. Either that or no one sees the updates. One of the two. But it's one of those things, like, I don't know how to fix that, you know? It's more like if they want to read it or not, I guess. Oh, that's okay, Crane. I'm happy you're just a $1. Thank you so much for that. You guys, think about it. If you get 100 people on the $1 tier, that's $100. That's a lot. Never underestimate a $1 tier. Seriously. It's incredible. That can do a lot. That's why you have a $1 tier, just for that purpose. Because it can be amazing. I mean, let's say you even just have family to start with, right? If you have a big family, I don't, but if you do, you could get a lot of money just from your family if you're like, yeah, this helps me every month, you know? Cavendish, was it on the back? Or maybe, what was Gabe's again? It was Gabe's the science one? He might not have been done with that. I might have asked him, because there were like 2 pieces he wasn't done with yet. So I'll write a note about that. Or actually, I'll message him right now. Just so he remembers. Cavendish. Quick draw. Okay. Crane. Not like that. You know better. You know, and it's fine, Serenity, as long as you've, you know, articulated and explained to them the $1 tier has no rewards, but it's there in case you just want to throw money at me. Because some people, myself included, I give to some of my friends without wanting a reward, you know? And you can do that. Like, if you wanted to do $20 at the $1 tier and not get a reward, you can do that. I've had a couple people do that, but I want to, like, tell them you could be getting at least digital rewards, so I try to move them to the $3 and then do whatever they want on it. But yeah, Patreon can be great for that kind of thing. Typically a pin only costs maybe $10 to send overseas. So like one of these ends up being maybe 3 ounces, something like that, and to ship to the UK it's like $10. However, there's been that whole new tariff thing or whatever because of Brexit. I don't know anything about it except that your whole thing has changed and there's like money stuff involved with it. I don't know. Gabe knows more about it and we haven't gotten to talk about it much yet, but I hear it's a whole thing. So oh, thank you, Cavendish. I'm glad you think I package things nice. No one has any idea, Crane? Yeah, it seems really, I don't know, confusing how all that is, I guess, working. Trying to figure out if I want to show. No. Here, let's do this at least. I have a problem right now. I'm trying to figure out. I like that he's got his hood and everything, but I don't like that you don't know where the rest of his hood outfit is. Whether it's a mantle or an actual cloak or whatever. I don't like that it's not obvious. So I'm trying to figure that out real quick. Yeah, some of the virtual cons are like figuring out how to do it. The best virtual con, or the best con I think that did virtual well was actually Dragon Con, because I attended, or vended at, I guess, 4 or 5 virtual cons in 2020, and the one that did it best was Dragon Con. Even New York Comic Con honestly was a little bit messy. Like, they didn't really know what they were doing. Dragon Con did this thing using Eventini and their Discord, and I think they did a really good job kind of merging them and making everything very clear where everything was. There were a couple other cons that did something similar, but they just didn't really communicate it well. And then the last one I did, just the ball was just dropped. I don't know why, but so the thing that seemed to work well for the Eventini one was everyone had to remake kind of their store on this site. Huge pain in the ass. However, the thing that worked out for it was it seemed that Yanni, thank you. I hope I got that right. Coffin Raid. Thank you for the raid. Oh, hi everybody. The thing that I think worked for that whole scenario is it treated everybody's shop as a big shop. So you could go to like 10 different artists, add things to your cart, and then check out. You know? So you got to buy everything at once instead of a lot of other cons where go to this person's store and buy from their thing and then come back to this page and find another artist and go to their store. And you see, like, you were taken out of the thing too many times. Whereas the other thing, everyone's art and everyone's store was in the exact same place. So you were able to just bulk buy everything all at once. And I think people just loved that and it worked great. Oh, thank you so much for the follows, you guys. I appreciate that. How is everybody? Happy Saturday. Coffin Raid. Oh, I love all the emojis. It is. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I'll show you real quick. I'm doing tarot cards, basically. Every artist has to do a tarot card, right? So, this is the Hangman, so it's technically a bat. This was the Hermit. And I'm doing like a woodland theme for these. So this is a turtle. I've got probably 4 or 5 done right now. So we're working on the Hangman tonight. So ideally it'll look like this when it's done tonight. But, yeah, it is Strathmore paper. However, it's typically mixed media. Like I use the really thick, it's called Tone Tan Mixed Media. It's not the one with the cowboy on the cover. I can't use that one because I use markers a lot. That one is horrible for markers. Pro tip, if you do want to use markers, do not use porous, soft paper. It's going to suck the life out of them, okay? Use really dense, thick, smooth paper, okay? It's going to do so much better. You don't want to use, like, don't ever use markers on watercolor paper. Oh my god. They will be gone in a day. Like, goodbye. Not necessarily a deck. No, so I don't have the ability right now to have the time to make an entire full deck, like the 70-some cards. Right now I'm just tackling the major arcana, and I'm turning them into chunks of bookmarks before I even attempt a deck. So I found when you do little projects like this instead of one giant one, you know, sometimes it's better given what time you've got. If you've got a ton of time, sure, dive headfirst into that. But if you don't have much time and you can kind of pick things off, it's better to almost make your projects into like mini products, you know? So they're going to be in probably 3 little batches, and then once I get them all done, I'll sell a set of, like, you know, probably the full major arcana. And then that'll probably be a deck. Like, that'll just be the first part of the deck. I don't know if I'll ever finish it and do all of them, because that's a lot of cards. I mean, the major arcana is like 22, right? And the full thing is like 70 some. I don't have time for that. I have stories I want to draw and write and all that stuff, so I do not have time for that. So right now I'm just focusing on that, doing some bookmarks, because they make good bookmarks, I feel like. But yeah, follow me on Instagram if you want to see updates with that. I'm releasing a time lapse of a watercolor that I'm doing this week. My patrons have gotten a sneak peek at that already. They've seen it done. And then that piece will go up for sale to them first. And then at some point next week, I'll release the time lapse. I haven't gotten around to that yet. I'm still getting a lot of my physical rewards out for my Patreon this week. So if anybody's interested in owlbears, this month's Curious Collector is technically, it's a cousin of the owlbear. At least for my lore, it is. So I basically took an owlbear, I made it smaller, cuter, still with a lot of murder mischief and stuff. I called it an owlger. So he's kind of portly, he's very dense, he's a murder machine, what have you. But he likes fish, And this, you can see more of this on my Instagram. But with those, I give out a button or a magnet. You get a lore scroll, which is basically a story or background to the creature I've made. And then you get Guardian's Gift, which is like a horoscope fortune thing. And stickers are a print. Last month it was a print. This month it'll be stickers of the owlger doing different things. Maybe it's eating, maybe it's sleeping. A bunch of different little things. So they're really pretty fun. If you want to see all the past ones I've done, because I've been doing these now solid for over 2 years, I think, at this point. Yeah, pretty sure. I started in November 2018 doing those. So yeah, over 2 years. They're really fun. They're my one excuse that I get to write at least once every month. So I'm honestly extremely grateful for them. And there is a digital version too if you don't like all those physical rewards. You can get the digital one for $5. So murder floof, yes. Definitely a murder floof. My name is Ian. I'm a traditional tattoo artist in the making of... Well, hi Ian. Thanks for coming. Sabella Donna. Thank you. Thank you for the recommend. Ian, how was your stream? Hi, Ushi. It's true, Ushi. Yeah, UX and UI is a whole monster. Totally. It's crazy. Yeah, so Dr. Strangelove, if you're having trouble with that Tone Tan paper and it's bleeding for you, look up Strathmore Tone Tan Mixed Media. It's actually really heavy duty. It's like cardstock, basically. Oh, it takes everything so wonderfully. I'm a mixed media artist, technically. I mean, with all the stuff I use. And that paper is just... I love it. I love it. I used to use Daler Rowney Earthbound Cache sketchbook. Discontinued it completely. So, it's unfindable. So I had to switch to the Strathmore Tone Tan Mixed Media, and it's awesome. Oh, that's cute, Crane. I heard of a con doing that with Minecraft, actually. They had their con inside Minecraft. It's crazy. Oh, thank you for doing that, Serenity. I appreciate that. You are a good mod. I appreciate you. Yeah, Ian, definitely drop your stuff. Anybody else too. I like that, this stream is a good place for everybody to kind of check out each other and all that stuff. We have a Discord where we like to, have a good art community going. We have critiques and all that sort of stuff. So, if you want to throw your art in the chat right now so you can kind of look at each other's things while you're here, I think that's a great use of time. Definitely. As long as it's not porn, that's kind of the only rule, really. Murder Floof. Good band name. How many DPI do you scan your pages for your book? I was looking at your Geiger book and I noticed it was the same paper. Yeah, I've been using the same paper for a while. I usually scan at 3 to 600 DPI. Definitely 300 at minimum, because then at least you can, you know, blow it up a little bit to be on various things if you've got it at 600 DPI. I end up, hold on, I noticed my camera is lagging, and I don't know why. Our internet's being stupid today. But yeah, typically 3 to 600 DPI, and you know, that way you for sure have a good big copy of it that you can use for various things, whether you end up making a poster or put it in a book. You know, my thing is I usually end up selling everything I draw, because everything you draw is, you know, potential money and all that. So I end up selling it, so I have to make sure that everything I scan is at a good size that, you know, it's archivable, right? So, your stream was lovely. I made a tattoo flash sheet with Wicca related stuff for my prompt. It's still a work in progress. That's awesome. Did you have fun? I feel like that's a main thing, you know, with streaming. You gotta make sure you have fun. Yeah. Dr. Strangelove putting his art out. Ian putting the art out. Belladonna putting the art out. Porn for the eyes. Hey, that works. I'm cool. That can I drop a link to the board game? Yeah, go for it, Crane. Lurk and work. Oh, Sabella, I love that. Lurk and work. Oh my god. That's so good. How's everyone's Saturday been? Pretty good? How was your work week even? Did you have a good work week? I'm typically saving all these tarot cards for doing on the streams. I can't do a lot of my regular work on streams because honestly it takes too much thinking. And I'm not trying to pat myself on the back for that. It's really like, if I'm talking to people, I will get madly distracted. And I will screw something up basically 100%. Like, you can count on it. So all the stuff that's even a little bit thought intensive, I tend to leave that off stream. Those that stream, you know what I'm talking about. You get carried away, you get fired up, you've got all these emotions, you gotta be a character too. You know, you can't do that as well as, you know, do your art sometimes, depending on what it is. Bye, Dr. Strangelove. Thank you for coming. Oh, that's good though, Fire Seal. I'm glad you're here. Are you sad you didn't get to do your D&D campaign? Aw, thanks, Dream Moon. Don't worry about lurking. We're lurk friendly here. You can lurk whenever you like. Like and lurk. Snow sideways. Whoa. Oh, that's cool. We had a sun snow yesterday, which was crazy. It was snowing and it was sunny at the same time. Kind of like a sun shower, but it was snow. It was cool. Pathfinder later, lazy Saturday. That sounds nice, Cavendish. I'm happy when people say I had a restful day. That makes me happy. You guys need to rest. Everybody needs rest. It's so important. Oh, you're the goblin girlfriend. I love it. You just hoard blankets and hide in them. Oh man, that's a total mood. It's hard, Cavendish, you know? The hardest part of anything, though, is starting. So if you got a chunk of time and you're kind of restless and you don't really want to commit to something, but you know it has to get done, just start doing it. I get grumpy all the time about starting stuff, but it's like, just start it and stop bitching, Ashley. And I'm like, yeah, I know, thank you. I have an argument with myself. I mean, who doesn't, right? Oh, really, Dream Moon? Oh, well, I'm honored to be your first raid. Thank you. I'm glad you think my art is awesome. Ooh. And just so anybody knows, if you sign up at my $3 tier on Patreon today, if you look back, you can get this for free. It's a wood pin, and I will send it to you for free for signing up at the $3 level. So check that out on Cloverkin on Patreon. If you sign up and then you go back to where it says Wives Wood, or it's this word, Wisewood, and that update, it'll give you everything you need to know to sign up and to claim that. Good night, good night. Thank you, thank you. Blankets, shiny things, rocks, etc. Are you one of those people? I'm one of these people that has a whole bunch of jewelry you don't wear, but you like looking at it, and you've just got it in like a thing next to your bed or something, and you're like, oh, so pretty, and you probably won't wear it, but you really like it. I don't know. It doesn't even have to be expensive. It's just gotta be pretty. Oh, good, Cavendish. So you did start it. Yeah. Oh my god, 150 pages? Yeah, that's a bit much. Wow. Oh, Fire Seal, you're so sweet. The magnets. Magnets. Yeah, I feel you on that. Magnets are fun to collect. That's part of the reason I offered them as a option for the Curious Collector tier. Because I know if it were me, I'd be collecting magnets. Faux show. I was also thinking of, for all my Curious Collectors, I might end up making like a little, like, you know how some pins have a banner? I was thinking of doing that because they're all like bottles, right? I just thought that'd be really cool to have, like, make a little shelf that's made out of fabric so you could either pin it to it or put it behind your magnets. Anyway, I might do that. Yeah, I think I'll do that. Because it could work for magnets or the buttons. So that's cool. I just gotta figure out if anybody here knows a good place to print images on fabric online. Don't give me Spoonflower. Anything except Spoonflower. Where you can specify, like, you know, maybe what size the fabric is and what to print on it. Come at me, because I wanna know. Less permanent stickers. Damn. If that isn't a tagline for selling magnets, I don't know what is. That's great. That is great. And it doesn't, you know, make holes and stuff. Like, buttons are cool, but man, I would do the magnets. If I signed up for my own Patreon, I think I would do the magnets. So I thought it was kind of weird that the Hangman card didn't have as many necessary, like, it needs this, this, and this, like a lot of the other cards do. It was pretty lax on necessary imagery. Then again, I'm not taking the imagery as law, really. I'm using it loosely. If it has something on it that I think will work for the piece, I'll include it. But a lot of it, I'm just kind of, you know, will it work? Won't it work? If it does, cool. If it doesn't, okay. I need a lead page. It's going through. Sometimes my music just goes away. Then something will come in a little bit too hardcore. Oh, bye, Carly. Thanks for coming, too. Both you and Ian. Thank you. New stream in 10 hours. Woo! 8-mile snow walk? Dang. Yeah, no kidding. You'd be tired. Holy crap. Thank you for coming, you guys. Thank you for the raid. Super appreciate it. Plus, it's my birthday tomorrow, so that's cool. This is like the only place I'm gonna mention my birthday a lot. I do not do that anywhere else. I am probably maybe gonna say it once on my Instagram, maybe, but only if every year I draw like a little chibi version of myself on my birthday. So that'll probably be as much as I do on my Instagram. And then maybe I'll say it in Discord, in our Discord. I don't know. I feel weird saying that stuff. It's like, if it isn't posted publicly, like, do you say it? What should you say? You know, it's weird. Birthday etiquette. So strange. Yeah, 22. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm turning 35. I am 35. I do not hide it. I am not sensitive about my age at all. I will tell you when I'm 50, 60, 70, 80. Let you know when I'm dead. You know, I don't find anything wrong with it. I have a big gray streak. I don't plan to die out. Age is just age. And I have loved, like, elderly and old people all my life. Like, I love their aesthetic, you know? So, it's just funny. I was one of those people that dyed my hair, like, white when I was in my 20s. And it's like, now I have a giant chunk of silver, like, peppery silver. And I'm like, okay, cool. The only thing that kind of sucks about having naturally gray hair is that it's crinkly. Like, it's under here, and I was telling people earlier, if I part my hair the other way, it's just like a giant, like, rogue streak. But I expect it to kind of just be, you know, straight like the rest of my hair, but it's actually kind of wavy. So that's the only thing that kind of sucks. It's like totally different hair. And that I can't figure out. I didn't know that would happen, honestly. I didn't know when you get gray hair, it can be a different texture, even. So that was a surprise. Yeah, Crickens, it's the weirdest thing. No one told me that. My actual birthday, Cavendish, is tomorrow. It's the 17th of January. I am a Capricorn through and through. Pretty hardcore. By the book. Don't take your life levels away. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the happy birthdays. I used to hate my birthday. Now I'm like, hey, whatever. Everybody's got one. It's fun. Aw, Crane, thank you. I'd like to think I look 22, but, you know. Every time I wear these ponchos during a stream, though, it looks like I've got, like, a hump on my back or something. As you can't see my shoulders, it always looks like, oh my god. Yeah, right? They're thicker. It's weird. Oh, Crickens, really? Mine happened... Actually, mine was one of those incidents where I had a big stressful event, and then it just started coming in. It's crazy. It's like, it reminded me of, if your hair or your head was a printer, and it's printing out hair, and it runs out of ink at a certain point or something. That's what it looked like. I was like, what are you doing? Fix yourself. Refill the ink cartridge or whatever. And it's just, it's weird, because it's like, why is it right there? I don't know, but it's like, me. Yeah. Oh, Crane, you're a guy. Have you gotten any ear hair yet? I think that's kind of the equivalent for a guy, is getting the ear hair. I've heard stories. The ear hair. But it's crazy. I don't feel 35, except in like physically. Things do hurt a little bit more, but I feel like you can combat that by being just, you know, physically active and, you know, doing exercise and things. Because when I'm in shape, I'm fine. Due to this damn pandemic. It's been kind of bad. Like, we ended up having to buy a treadmill because, you know, we had a gym membership and all that, and when the pandemic happened, you know, they kept making us think that everything was going to go back to normal within a month or so, so we were like, oh, we won't get a treadmill, you know. We'll be back at the gym in a month. Not what happened. So, We put on a few before we ended up saying, okay, this is gonna be for a while. Let's, you know, make an investment here. So, I feel like that's what happened to a lot of people, it seems like. So, at least we're all in this together. Everybody's kind of gained weight together, feels like. Okay. Not yet. Hearing is garbage. Oh. Hi, 001. What's up? Oh, Cavendish. Just let the ear hair grow out and you can kind of, you know, comb it into your regular hair. Or your beard. Yeah, Crane, it's been nuts. The ear hair arrived age 41 3/4. We're cats. Oh no. Oh, Scotland. It's okay. It happens to all of us. No shame. Wear your age proudly. Why not? Age denotes wisdom, right? Right? So, somebody sees you, they just know you're wiser. I feel like if you're, you know, in this day and age, if you're around this age now, you're kind of used to tech and how tech works and everything. The only place I'm kind of falling behind is like kids speak. I will not use finna instead of gonna. Like, I still use gonna. Finna doesn't make any damn sense to me. I still don't know what yeet is. And I'm not gonna ask, because I'm not gonna implement that. Like, it's getting to the point, you know what things are, basically. Or, you know, the kids are using them, but you're like, man, I don't want to do that. I use what I use. I'm not gonna change that. No one can see your age until you just go all white, right? Fire Seal. Suddenly you'll just have like a Fu Manchu and like just hair, white hair everywhere. It'll be like the next day you have it. Not much, one. Not much. Age means you've leveled up. Finna is like, you use it instead of gonna. Like, I'm finna do that later. I don't know. I'm guessing it's, now that I just said it, maybe it's like a shortened version of fitting or fixing to do it later. Like, I'm finna, yeah, it seems like it. Anyway, you can see the wheel turning in my head. Anyway, yeet, I just don't know, like, I watched a thing about it. Yeah, I actually researched it. And it has this kid, and he's yeeting, and it's like, it just seems like a word for throw. Like, you yeet something, you throw it, right? Is that correct? Sarah, you seem to be versed in this. Am I using it correctly? It's just finna, like, trying to fit finna into a sentence is so much harder for me than gonna. I'm gonna go do this. I'm finna, like, it's harder for me to say an F. Maybe that's just me. I can't say finna easily. I don't know. Yes, Fire Seal, do it. I think that'd be awesome. Oh, like dismissal. Oh. So, like, if, oh, okay. So if a bug that you don't like is on you and you see it and you go, you're basically throwing it off you because you don't want it on you. Is it the noise that you make during that? That's what it sounds like. Yeah, every time I see people say finna, it's like I say it out loud and it just doesn't flow as well to me. Yee! Okay. Ah, I get it now. You yeet it away. I don't know. I don't know if I can... Maybe... Out of the two, I'd probably use yeet before finna, but... Man. It's just... And I'm sure those are even... Like, I'm probably even behind with those. There's probably new ones. Throwing with style. See, it's weird because that scenario with the bug, I would think that's a eek. Like E-E-K. Eek. You know, if it were in a comic, I think they'd be saying eek. But yeet. I guess now would be yeet. That's weird. See, I'm so out of it. Out of the loop. I don't know. You know, I've always kind of talked the way I talk anyway, whatever that means. So I don't even think I've ever been up to date on any speech. I just say whatever. I used to say bomb when you know, the bomb was whatever. Oh, that's bomb. That's probably bad. No one says that anymore. I don't say that anymore, but there was a time. There was a time I used dope ironically. Like, I was like, oh, that's dope. Like, I knew I sounded dumb, but I don't know. I knew it wasn't, like, part of who I was to say it. But anyway. See, it's weird when it's past tense, though. I yeeted that sock. Like, I don't know. That sounds so weird to me. Oh, I like using lit in a funny way. If somebody's using fam, like, for real, I'm like, really? But, I don't know. I think if you're using them funny, it's okay. But if you're using them seriously, I'm kind of like, well, let me look at this context. I guess that's where my brain goes right away. What is the context? Oh, Mace Creative, thank you for the raid. Bruv. Yeah, I noticed that. And I mean, I'm all the way over here in US land. Please do, Sarah. Yeah. Let us know what's new. So at least I can have hope. Crowick, Osicle, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Oh, see, yeah, Sabella, that makes sense. That's good. Thank you! It's my Hangman Tarot card. He's gonna be upside down, but, yeah, we're working on him. The last one we did was the Hermit, and it was this boy. This big guy here. This Toidle. So, I'm doing the major arcana cards. I'm not gonna go crazy and do the whole deck, but I'm gonna make these into bookmarks and put them up on my store. But this was the Hermit. And then I've done the Lovers. The High Priestess was an owl. The Lovers were snails. The Fool was a moth near a candle. And yeah, I think that's where we're at so far. And I did the card backs. I like to count the card backs. I know no one else probably does, but I do. Thanks, everybody. I've been saving these to do on stream, so I at least have, you know, something to work on stream that's kind of specific to Twitch, and it feels kind of exclusive to Twitch, and, you know, it's special, right? Because some of the stuff I do, I can't really stream and think at the same time. You know, some of them are commissions that have a million things that are inside of them, and I can't really unpack that during a stream and still be entertaining and engaging, you know? So I try to have some things that I can start and finish during a stream, so, you know, you don't have to make the next stream, you didn't have to be at the previous stream. It's like, this is contained, you know? Oh, Fritz. Cute. Thank you, Mace. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. How was your stream? Stop telling Mans you're my cousin. Oh, Exhibit. Oh, really, Crane? That's crazy. Thank you, everyone. Oh, you're so nice. Thank you. I appreciate it. Everybody on Twitch is so nice. Even the trolls I've had are kind of nice. Sometimes. But over the past 4 years, I think I've been streaming 4 years now. Jesus. I haven't had any that are too bad. And the ones that, you know, come in, they'll like say something and, you know, you don't really engage them, and then they just leave. They're like, all right, go. Okay. Bye. Worked on a little painting? Oh, that's great. Feel free to share your art stuff in here. You know, if you've got your Instagram or, you know, wherever your art is, feel free to share. Especially if you rated me, obviously you can, you know, you came in here, you brought people. You've earned the right. But definitely, we're typically a very embracive. Is that the right word? Embracive? No. We're inclusive, supportive. We're a sweet art community. I'm very proud of the community we've kind of cultivated. Our Discord is just full of wonderful people. Wonderful, sweet people. So I feel very lucky to know all of them and have found them along my journey. And hopefully my journey helps them and we can kind of feed each other, you know. I get kind of choked up thinking about those things, but it's been a long time and it's been really, really nice. Met a lot of wonderful people along the way. Twitch's art community specifically is very, very wonderful. Yeah, here, I'm throwing the thing. Discord. Oh, well, Moobot already did it, but there it is again. Thanks, Moobot. Oh, cute. Cavendish. He's cute. Nick sounds like he's a good boy. He came to you. He wanted you guys. You were his new family. He chose you on Christmas. He has a good story, too. I like it. But yeah, we're very open with information here, so if anybody is curious about anything related to being, you know, an independent artist, doing a Patreon, shipping stuff, conventions, anything. Any of my information or experience is up for grabs. Otherwise, what is the point? Plus, it's just nice to have people around you, especially during the pandemic. I don't know. While you're arting, you know, it's like we're having a art jam. Oh, I was off camera. Of course. So first I do all these flats in the rendering. I'm only using 3 markers to do this. And then I'll go in with the softest whites I have, and I'll start shading that in, rendering it. The thing I have to remember that's tricky about this one specifically is I'm doing it upside down. So I have to remember the things I'm shading, you know, have to be reversed, technically. So that can be a little tricky. Setting up Patreon for the first time. Yeah, we actually talked about this a little bit ago. But I will definitely repeat it because it's a good point to make. Don't do anything crazy right away. Like, you'll have this knee jerk to want to make like physical tiers and all these tiers and whatever. The less tiers, the better to start off with. And I think that's across the board, whether you're doing illustration, you're offering eventually physical rewards, or you're a writer, you're doing D&D supplemental art, things like that. Anything like that, start digital only and start maybe with 2 tiers. First tier being a tip jar. You're going to have people that just like your work to like your work, and they don't necessarily want anything in return. They just want to throw $1 at you. Never underestimate a $1 tier, because if you get 100 people on the $1 tier, that's $100 a month, right? And then the other tier, you could make it at $2 or $3 and make that like a digital tier. You're going to want to put some love into that tier. You're going to do either device wallpapers, coloring pages, coupons, time lapses, tutorials. Depending on what you do, you're going to have to cater it a bit to that. So if you're doing, like, let's say minifigures, you could offer progress shots or progress shot GIFs is what I do, is like GIFs of it. So I show a pencil stage and then it animates to the flats, then the render, then the final. So you could do that, or you could do stills of that. Those kind of things you can reserve for patrons. And then on your Instagram or whatever, you could maybe show the first stage and the last stage. So that's the hardest part for me, is figuring out what to give to the public and what to keep for my patrons. Typically my patrons get a lot of coupons. They get free stuff, like they get this pin, this pin for free if they sign up. So if any of you even just sign up under the $3 tier, you can just get this wood pin for free. I'll send it to you. And then you get access basically to all past digital rewards. It's not like you join and then it's that month and on. You get access to a backlog of whatever digital things are there. That's kind of the scary thing about Patreon, is if you get to be kind of popular, people will join for, your low tier digital rewards, and then they'll go through your entire backlog, download everything, and then put it up for free somewhere. But I've only seen that with people who have like millions of followers. I'm not worried about that. And even if they do that, okay. The people who really enjoy your work, they will still give you money because they think you deserve it. They love you. They genuinely want you to have it. So you're always going to have that problem with people trying to scalp you or steal your work, all that sort of stuff. You just have to ignore it, honestly, and it's going to suck. But in regards to starting the Patreon thing, start low. Just start small. With anything you start small. There's never really a good reason to start anything big. Like, if you haven't paid in it ever or in a while, you're not going to want to paint a 24 by 36 canvas, right? Start small. Once you get comfy at that, move up, level up. It's like getting high gear at a low level, right? You can't use it yet. There's a reason for that. Same thing. So, your knowledge as well as your tool set and all these things will grow. So with Patreon, start small. Like a $1 tier and like a digital tier. Whether you want to make it like $2, $3, $5, depending on how much you want to put into it. That sort of thing. And like I said, with the rewards, it's going to depend on what you do. If you're a writer, sculptor, artist, whatever. So yeah, questions. Give me questions if you want. Thank you, Exhibit. Nice to meet you too. Thank you for being here. Yeah, so Cavendish, definitely start small then. Even just having a $1 tier and being like, hey, I'm just trying to get this off the ground. And then, once you start getting people, because they can hop up anytime. The other scary thing is once you get a bunch of people on a tier, you can't really alter that tier. So you have to make sure when you make a tier that it's what you're gonna do, because what has happened in the past is when I started getting a lot of people on one tier and the price went up after a while, because I was like, this is way too cheap now. I have to, make it higher. I made a new tier that was more expensive, and then everybody who was on the previous cheaper tier, they could still stay on it and keep paying what they were. You just unpublished that tier, right? So they technically got like an early bird price. And you could do that even as, honestly, you can make that a promotion. For the people that sign up for this month, you're going to get it for $1 less. Then once that month passes, unpublish it, make a new tier that's like $1 more, and then that was the early bird, right? So that's an option. But yeah, there's a lot you can do. It's just, you want to work up to it. You don't want to immediately start offering physical rewards. Don't do that. That's a bad idea. Kind of content you do benefits from it, but do you know about the master post setup technique? Master post? No. Don't know what that is. I mean, you don't even need to do the shout out portion of that tier, Belladonna. Just make a $1 tier. Just call it a high five support tier. Thank you for, enjoying my work. Because there are some people out there that don't want any rewards. They really just want to help. And the $1 tier is really for them. And they can put whatever they want on it. If they want to give $5 instead of $1 and still not get rewards, it's sad because I'd rather them have something for that, you know. But that tier is kind of the versatile tier, you know. Yep, the unpublishing thing has worked wonders for me. Exactly, yeah. Sarah's come a long way with hers. She's figured out what works for her and her crew, because depending on your demographic, they're going to want different things too. Mine ended up wanting more tutorials and, you know, things like that. So I'm trying to find time now to do that once in a while. But I have 2 tutorials I put up last post? It's either last post or the post before. On how I do my pet and armor pieces and how I do the transfer technique I did at the beginning of the stream. So yeah, there's so much you can do. It's just, you also want to make sure that, it sounds stupid, but you want to make sure the things you choose to do and provide for people are things you want to do. I know it sounds dumb, but it's like one of those things where maybe it sounds like a stretch or it's unrelated, but it's similar to, let's say you're an art student, right? You go to art college or something and you've got this giant skill set. You went for 3D animation. This is from personal experience too. You went for 3D animation. You know how to do film, you know how to do animation, you know how to do character design, you know how to do game art. You have all these things you could do. When people start graduating from that and you're making your portfolio, the biggest mistake is to put everything in there that you've done. You're like, yeah, well, I can do all these things, you know, I'm qualified to do this, and this. That's fine, and that's good, but you want to put the things in your portfolio that you actually want to get a job doing. Because imagine if you want to be a concept artist, and you put in all that 3D work you did. If you get a job for that 3D work, you're not on the road to doing concept art anymore, you're doing 3D work. And you might be stuck there for a decade now, you know, because at some point you'll be like, well, now I have a house, now I have a family, I'm already making this much money, I've already worked up to this point at this company. It happens like that. It's so quick. So you want to make sure you're getting a job for the things you want to do. You have to start carving that out pretty early. Granted, you can always respec. I had to respec after I'd been in gaming for 10 years. You gotta burn it down, go back to 0, climb up the other ladder, you know, your talent tree and what else. But it's just what happens sometimes, you know? Oh, that's smart, Crane. I haven't heard of that. That would be a big damn post, though. That's kind of scary to think about how long that would take to load, considering, like, if I did one for tutorials, that would be a lot of images. Instead, they do have tags you can use. I've done a shit poor job at using those, but you can put hashtags on your posts. So if I hashtag like tutorials, you could click that and it would show you all the tutorial posts I've done. I think that would be a better use, at least from an artist perspective, because the master post, that would be way too many images already for me. It would be a bit much, but definitely using the hashtags. Yeah, Sarah, you're so good at that. You're good about, you know, organizing your stuff. I was really into doing a really big one post a month that had everything that I wanted to show people from the previous month. But after doing a poll, which it's good to do polls too every once in a while to kind of feel out your patrons, see who's interacting, how many people are actually seeing, what they want to see, all that sort of stuff. More people wanted me to break it into a couple smaller posts. I don't want to spam them because people get an email for every post you do. I know a few people that, oh God, they do 3 posts in a day. And I'm like, no. You know, and I don't want to unsub from that. But there's some people it's like they don't know maybe that it's sending emails. Anyway, so I try to either do 2 a month now or 2 to 3. you know, somewhere in there, because people seem to miss posts a lot too. I think a lot of people take their notifications off, but man, is my music just not going? What's up? Damn. You did have a lot, Sarah. You did have a lot, but maybe putting them down to just one a week with all the ones from that week would have been okay. But yeah, daily ones are hard. I would, like, personally, somebody that is a patron of other people, daily's pretty tough. Weekly, I think, is pretty nice. Do you still get a mail for a tier you are not subscribed to? Do you still get a mail for a tier you are not subscribed to? What do you mean subscribe, Serenity? Because you can go into your notifications on Patreon and tell it, I don't want mail from these creators, and then you won't. But yeah, daily's a lot. You can attach a limited number of zip files. Yeah, zip files, yeah, but I have lots of images embedded in my posts. So that's what I'm saying with mine, having a master post of all my tutorials. They're not files attached. They're embedded in the post. Like, I can kind of show you. So in my last $3 update, which was yesterday, actually. So here's a little sneak peek. So I usually put in links, but I've also got like images I put in, things like this. So when I do that on the big scale for the tutorials and stuff, like, I mean, it's a lot of images, you know, like these sorts of things. I put in links to all my, you know, all the time lapses and stuff, but like I can't, I cannot have a master post for these. I wish I could. That'd be cool. No, Serenity. Nope. It'll email you if they do everyone. If you follow or give at a certain tier and they do a public post. But if they do a specific tier, no. You won't get notified for that. Oh, and Sarah, I don't know if you or you saw my post or whatever about this, but I realized a lot of my demographic would almost be better suited to have a private Facebook group than Discord. A lot of my people tend to be a little bit older, not tech savvy. So I made a Facebook group because it's so much easier to just be using Facebook and then go over to the private group than Discord. Because Discord's kind of niche. So I made a Facebook group that hooks up to my art page. So I don't know if you've got the same problem I do, but it seemed to be a good move. Really, Serenity? Weird. I wonder if that was, maybe that was for someone specific. Like maybe they were doing too many public posts or something. I don't know, that's strange. Also, it sounds dumb, but I'm finally watching Star Trek, and I'm enjoying it. I never thought I would, but I really enjoy Star Trek. It's fun. It's cute. And it's the Next Generation, so it's got Patrick Stewart. But it is fun. Yeah, it's cute. I always kind of was like, I don't know. But then Gabe just had it on and I just started watching it. It is cute. It is adorable. Oh, weird. Yeah, Serenity. That sounds weird. Data. Yeah, Data's cute. I really, I was watching the episode the other day where Geordi got his eyesight back because of, I think it was Q. I think Q gave him his eyesight back for a bit. And he just basically sat back down and he's like, no, the price is too high. I'll go back to being blind. And I was like, oh, Geordi. Oh, I love him. He's a sweetie. It took me a few episodes to disconnect his voice, though, from Reading Rainbow for me. Because I had seen Reading Rainbow way more than I had seen Star Trek. So I had to have this unprogramming moment in my brain. Yeah, it just, whatever you end up putting into Discord, Sarah, it'd just be like the same thing on Facebook. I just feel like so many more people are going to interact on the Facebook page. Obviously, I haven't had it for even a week yet, but I just feel like that interaction is going to be so much greater than the interaction in Discord. Like in the secret channels or whatever. Q's fun so far. The tier-specific images are for the $3 and up. $1 tier doesn't get those, but $3 is the start of my digital rewards, and everybody above that on any other tier also get access to that. So it's kind of like Kickstarter, where if you're above a tier, you get the previous tier. So like my $8 Curious Collectors, they get the physical reward, but they also get the digital, because the digital version has animations of these creatures. So digital obviously doesn't get physical, but digital, gets what they do. Yeah, if you want to. It was pretty easy to set it up, and I had people asking to get into it. It's just, the Patreon Discord engagement is like pulling teeth. It's really hard. And I have no idea how many people are looking at my stuff. Oh, really, Belladonna? I don't know. Alright, Cavendish, have fun with your game, okay? Enjoy your Saturday. Your nice, lazy Saturday. Yeah, it's good too to, if you have a website, like if you have Squarespace, or if you don't, you could use Bitly or TinyURL to track how many people actually click a link. So you could figure out, if you put a link into a Patreon post, how many people actually click the link. And that's kind of useful information. Analytics! Woo! It's helpful. Unfortunately, it's really helpful. Like, I'm able to see how many of my digital Curious Collectors actually read theirs. So that's interesting. But yeah, everybody's Patreon, from how I've been seeing it, is different. Like, depending on what you want to do, what you want to offer. Like, you just have to figure out as an artist or writer, what have you, what you want to provide. That's the hardest part, I think. And knowing what you will follow through with is also part of it. Darkblade, thanks for the follow. Yeah, right, Zonda? Yeah. I do, Serenity. I try to, if I actually look at a Patreon post, I try to always like it. Because then, knowing what I know about Patreon posts, at least then they know I saw it. So I at least try to do that. If I see yours, I'll go like the post. I think I see it most of the time. Oh, IST, yeah. I get a lot of my garb from, what is it, Zoots? I think it's Zoots. Zootsu garb? Yeah. This is where I've gotten majority of my dresses for conventions. I've since switched up my outfit, but they have the best like gauze dresses. And they're really well priced. I've probably bought six or seven total. But if you want to dress in Cloverkin dress, you can get them here. But yeah, they have, they don't seem to offer my colors anymore though. But yeah, like I have a good amount of their dresses. It's hard, isn't it, Sarah? Like figuring out what you actually want to give time to, and like Gabe told me, was it called Vero? Is it Vero? Veno? I think it's Vero. Right? That one social platform everybody was like jumping on for a while. Like apparently that's still around and it's still trying to be relevant, but it's like, you know, just like a artist or, you know, what have you chooses to be on a certain social media platform, it's best to jump on a platform you know you're gonna actually use. I mean, unless you can forward stuff to it. Like, I have a Tumblr. I don't check it very often. But I do forward stuff to it just because it's easy from Instagram. But like I'm not gonna get a TikTok. I know I won't use it, you know. I'd rather do some more worthwhile things that have some staying power, like YouTube. So that's why I'm trying to build that one up. I'm a little late to the party, I know, but better late than never, right? But that I actually really want to do. So when it comes to social media, since it's so saturated now, it's better to put your time into the ones you know people are going to be on. Because if you make one, yeah, it's good to nail down your name, just in case. Like, that was another problem. I tried to join TikTok, and a 13-year-old girl had the name Cloverkin, and I was like, okay, well, that's going to put a wrinkle in my plans, so I just basically gave that up within a week. I was like, no, I don't want to do this anyway. You know, so really realize where you want to put your efforts. In my opinion, this is all my opinion. You know, do whatever you want, but I'm typically happier when I'm not stretched too thin across some social media stuff. And I really like Twitch just because of this in-person, you know, engagement. I find that fun. Reminds me of conventions. Rest in peace. Oh, thank you, Crane. I appreciate that. Isn't Vero just like another Instagram or Facebook, though? I mean, those technically aren't for artists either, but we use them for it. Yes, I do use Pinterest to an extent. That's probably on the same level as my Tumblr, maybe a little bit higher, because I do have a full folder of my stuff, but I also use it for reference porting. So it's a decent way to kind of subtly, I guess, market your stuff while you're using the program, but... Oh, there you go, Sarah. 2 birds, 1 stone. That's smart. No, Tad, I don't. We don't have many friends to do that with, actually. A lot of the friends I have, I see during this time. See, or at least interact with. We don't have many close friends that we talk to, normally. It's interesting. Aw, look at May Fox being sweet to Sarah. That is so nice. Yeah, I know, but people still use it. You know, you try to go where the people are, but it's like, if you don't actually like using it, then, pff, you know. It's tough. we live in such a weird age. It's like you try to give, I don't know, advice on stuff, and it works for some people, doesn't work for other people. Everybody's on their own journey or whatever, so man, it is tough. Because it's like you don't want to just sit here and be like, yeah, this is the only way to do this thing. Because no one knows. No one knows. When I was in my game job, I remember the higher-ups there were just losing their goddamn minds. They were trying to figure out how to make something go viral. And this was back around 2015 or so. Like, even earlier than that, actually. It was like 2011 to 2015 time was when they really hit it hard. The company I worked for was trying so hard to have a game go viral. And I was trying to explain, there's some things you can do to help that, but, and the guys that were running it, they were a little bit old school. Like, they had made Atari games and stuff, and it's like, okay, yeah, you've got that early street cred, but they weren't really up to date with what was going on. And I think that ultimately hurt the company. But they were still trying to figure out all these analytics to figure out how to make something go viral and to have a viral game. They were like, I want to make a Flappy Bird and I want to make Angry Birds and all that stuff. It's like, you can't really account for that. That's an amalgam of all these things that are going on in, society and what's big at the time, and all this stuff kind of culminates to make this one thing just explode, right? It's a melting pot of all these chemicals, that make something hit, and oh my God, we tore apart our games trying to do A/B testing on everything. For those that don't know, A/B testing is like, we'd take certain aspects of the game and we'd put those in a category called A, take other aspects of the game, put them in B, or try something, you test it. If you've ever played a game or had an app that you have something on but your friend maybe doesn't, that's probably due to A/B testing, because they're trying to figure out which way works better, right? A lot of the time, though, they'll send it to Canada. Like, one build will go to Canada and another build will go to Korea or something, and they'll test it that way. It's maddening, especially because I was doing a lot of the asset art and the UI. The UI was just, since it was a small company, I was doing all the character art, animation, everything, and the UI. And that got to be a pain in the ass. Like, someone else other than myself should have been doing that. But anyway, I think I went on a total tangent. I'm sorry. Yay, live stuff. Yeah, Crane, they definitely do, depending on their art style. I've realized a lot of styles get better traction on certain platforms. So, like, Tumblr has its own style that usually hits really hard, or Pinterest has a bunch of things that really take off really well. If you're doing anything D&D related, funny enough, Pinterest kind of has a demographic for that. So, nice, IS. That's awesome. You can actually do unlisted YouTube live streams. So we've done it in the past for Journey June, when we do our, if you complete our 30-day challenge of Journey June, that happens in June, it's to make it's a Hero's Journey story challenge. If you finish it, you get to attend this class where we show you how to make different types of books. You get to learn either a digital book, a staple-bound, like zine book, or a perfect bound book. And so we've been doing those on YouTube unlisted live. So that is a good way to actually, if you want to have like a personal hangout with your people, you can do it in Google or you can do it on YouTube and just give an unlisted link. Just in case Google's a little bit too intimate, you could do it via YouTube. And it also records it, which YouTube or Google doesn't. So, yeah, isn't that crazy? Yeah, and it's one of those things. It's like, why does something hit? The fact that they were trying so hard to try to figure that out, I was like, man, in the time we're worrying about trying to exploit making a viral game, we could be making an actual good game. And I think that's so much more important than trying to figure out a cheap shortcut, like making a game go viral. How about instead you take your efforts and make a good game, you know? So, I don't know. I was really mad at that time about all those things. They were putting all their eggs in a basket and in the wrong spots, and it was frustrating to me. Plus, being a woman in there actually had its downsides too, because I honestly was one of the bigger gamers in that company. Yeah, they maybe had, you know, Atari on me and all that stuff, but I was in the middle of being a hardcore gamer at that time. And it bothered a lot of them, and they didn't want to listen to me. But I'm like, okay, in 10 of these games, they're doing this right now. We should probably be doing this too, you know? And they wouldn't listen to me. I'd have to prove things over and over and over again. It just got so tiring. So I was like, you know what? If you don't trust me or believe me, even after I've proven it a few times, I'm not gonna try this anymore. It's frustrating. So, I like working for myself now, or at least remotely for people. Working in an office, I got kind of a bad reputation. I was somebody that was always challenging authority, and they called me difficult to work with. But really, I was just passionate, and they didn't know how to handle somebody with passion. Sorry. They do now, Tad. They didn't back in the day. Isn't that weird? Like now, yeah, but back then it was like Angry Birds and like Cut the Rope. What else? Flappy Bird. Flappy Bird was interesting. Flappy Bird is actually a tragic story. The guy that made that, it was just one guy. He made Flappy Bird. He put it up, and it went crazy, right? He ended up pulling it off the store and everything for a while because he got so scared of its success that he pulled it down. And by the time he pulled it down, everybody's making a copycat clone. And since everybody was cloning it, he wasn't able to really do much with it after that. So he kind of missed his window because he got scared and pulled it down. I kind of feel bad for him because he could have just rode that. But I'm sure he had his reasons. I mean, maybe if you didn't set up the right kind of privacy things so that people don't find you or something. People are weird, man. Right? Right, Crane? Right? I think back in those times, though, Tad, it was a gimmick that made something go viral. Or at least a company that was pouring money into marketing. You know, one of the two. I think that wasn't during the big YouTuber phase yet. I think YouTubers got big around like 2016, 2017, somewhere in there. Like that big YouTube surge with like all those influencers and stuff. I just remember it wasn't really a thing when we were figuring out all that stuff. Just really weird. Yeah, I hear you, Ted. I'm with you. It's just weird. I don't know. And nowadays, I feel like there's just nothing you can do about anything. If something does well, it does well. If it doesn't, it doesn't. If you've given it your best shot, I mean, timing can be everything. You can, try again later. But it's just really weird. It's like some things are just completely out of our control. Which in turn, though, realizing that has made me a lot more forgiving to myself. So if something does poorly, it's not necessarily my fault. It's analytics. It's Instagram putting, a bikini model ahead of my post. Whatever. I get it. That's just how things are now. And if that's how things are, I have to just kind of accept that. I can't really fight it. It's not like you can go protest Instagram for not, for changing their algorithms and all that. If you want to use the program, you gotta play by their rules. It's a little bit defeating, but we literally have no other choice. It's too bad. So every time something happens, people are like, oh, I'm gonna leave Instagram, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that. It's like, okay, but where are you gonna go? These are literally our only options right now. Like, I know for me, I can't quit it even if I wanted to. Like, that's all my income basically, resides on that. So until something else comes out that has a better switch factor or whatever, that's all I can do. Oh, my bots are going crazy. Sorry for that. The Clover Kini. Oh, bro. Maybe if I wore bikinis. Nope. Never been that kid. I don't know, now I kind of treat it like a joke. You kind of play around with whatever's happening. Like, play around with hashtags, things like that. As long as you're not doing something really destructive or wicked. Like, if a celebrity dies, don't tag their name in your thing. That's just a moral weirdness. Like, don't do that. That's wrong. Don't do fan art of that celebrity and hashtag it to get yourself higher. God, that's messed up. That's one of my buttons. I think that's wrong. It's so wrong. Then again, somebody else would argue that there are no rules when it comes to that sort of thing. So it's like, well, alright. Yeah, you were here during those days. Not as bad, no. Now that there's a website for it, I just point people to the website, which has taken a lot of anxiety and a lot of anger, I guess, off my back for the moment. But, I only bring it up now if somebody else has brought it up first, in a very specific way. Otherwise, I don't typically touch it. I happened to have a tweet be misinterpreted last year, and kind of went off because of that, and it sucked because it was, like I said, misinterpreted. And I had to change all my stuff because this girl who screenshotted and took it out of context, there's a witch hunt after me and all this stuff. It sucked. Luckily, I didn't have to burn down any accounts, but I definitely had to change some things. So, I've just learned to keep it on the down low unless it comes up. Then I can say my piece in GTFO. Right, Tad? Oh, Tad, you were there for that. Yeah. God, right? What the hell? That girl was a bitch, too. I tried messaging her a bunch. I wrote her emails. She wrote me back, and she was just horrible. She was a bad person. Literally a bad person. I was very surprised that she was that terrible. She was really eating up the fact that her tweet was trending, and had no remorse. Like, it was messed up. It's probably good you missed it, Serenity. It was effed up. Not good. I mean, it basically told me, or I should say it reinforced that Twitter is a dumpster fire, and a lot of people are looking for just reasons to be mad on there and to cancel people and stuff like that. So, personally, I've always tried to look at all the angles of something before going crazy and not just basing anything off one tweet, unless it's Trump. But in general, try to get the full story before going off on somebody, before replying to a tweet and being like, oh yeah, F that guy. Could be misinterpreted, like mine. Yeah, Twitter is nuts. It's like an angry mob all the time. Oh, Zonda, it sucked. Yeah, it was bad. Some people don't deserve internet access. Sometimes it's good, but ultimately it doesn't do anything, even if it's for a good reason. It sucks. A lot of the people I know, like, there were some huge controversies in the illustration sphere the past year, and a few people got canceled, but they're still doing fine. They actually, two in particular I'm thinking of, actually restarted their company and just went about it like nothing happened. And it's maddening because they're... Sarah. Noah was one of those. Yeah, Sarah knows who I'm talking about. But it's like sometimes no matter how much you spread something, if it's not on a big enough scale, new people come in all the time. It's the best and worst thing about the internet. Because as a content creator, you're always getting potentially new customers, but because the internet has no history, right? You can't tell who is good or bad unless you dig, because eventually the new stuff buries the old stuff. And unless you've got a group of people that are always banging on this door saying, hey, don't forget this, it just goes away. Like, unless you're a big celebrity. But, yeah, Crane, it was that one. See? You guys know, but there were some people that, like, if you look at their videos now, in the comments, they're like, oh, I'm so glad you're back. Oh, I just found you. You guys are great. Blah, blah, blah. And I'm just... Yeah, I don't know even how to react. It was... Oh, God. I don't... Do I want to mention things? Because, I mean, I was close to one of them, but... Yeah, Tad knows. Crane mentioned it. It's just... It sucks, because you can't do anything. You can't make the internet better. I think that's the end of the day. You can't make the internet better. The internet is the internet. See, that's the thing, Tad. Yeah, you can't really do anything about it unless it's in person. You're completely right. You know, because no one's going to want to sit by them. You know, where you can, because that's how you can actually do a petition or a protest. Right? It kind of has to be physical. At least in this respect, because on the internet, you can't do anything. You can't do anything. So many people are isolated from certain things, and it's just, you can't message everyone, you know? It's the weirdest thing. So cancel culture is really strange, because it works with some things, and in other things it just doesn't. It's really strange. I guess it depends on what it is. I don't know. Oh, that's been a huge thing too. So I read a thing about, it was in this Discord I'm in, and they were talking about cons going bankrupt, because a lot of cons were doing rollovers to the next year. So if like we had paid for, let's say, Emerald City or something, and they rolled over, though I don't think they did, it meant that you paid for a table, right? And since we couldn't do it last year, they said, okay, well, that'll be your table in 2021. Well, that's probably not going to happen this year either. And because of that, cons, at least the smaller ones, are all going to be wiped out. Like, Gabe was, speculating this too. After I had brought up this point to him, he's like, yeah, they're not going to be around. Like, a lot of the smaller ones we do locally, they can't handle that. You know, Tad, I bet there's going to be a movement, though, when cons do come back, and people are going to have a thing they have at their table that it's going to say something about, you know, going against this artist or whatever. Like, it's going to be nuts. Because I feel like everything that's happened on the internet, once it goes live again, it's just going to come out. Everybody's going to vent their grievances to everybody else. All the art that has everything. Like, I might even skip the entire first year that cons are back in person, because I don't know, I think it's going to be a mess. I really do. It's just going to be utterly crazy, I feel like. I will set fires. Yeah, no, do it, Sarah. It's good. It's just weird because I was so close. So there's Noah Bradley, and then the One Fantastic Week scandal, with Sam Flegel mainly. So if you search Sam Flegel, you'll basically get it right now. There's been one person, bless their heart, who has been taking everything and combining it into this giant long doc. It starts with file something, but it's just terrible because along the way, they've done very poorly talking about it, and their, like, apologies not even there. Like, it's terrible. It's a whole thing. So because it's been handled so poorly, people are very angry because Sam Flegel had, like, apparently done all these sexual allegation type things, and oh god, it's important people know. I mean, it sucks because we were pretty close to Pete, and it seems like Pete's on the wrong side for this one. So, I mean, the most you can do in those sorts of things is stand up for the bad, you know, what you believe is wrong, and to make others know. I mean, that's all you can do, and the internet is the king of burying stuff. Really weird. But yeah, it's just, I just feel this immense tension that artists are at home just doing their work but thinking of all these things, you know. And once we're all in the same place again, it's just gonna catch fire. Like, I feel like most people are pretty cordial about stuff, but I don't know. Depending on who you talk to, there might not be a courtesy of any kind with certain things. Yeah. Oh, really, May Fox? Yikes. Yeah, Tad, that's what I didn't understand. I didn't understand that at all. Like, why didn't he do that? I mean, because it's easier to admit your wrongs, admit you're getting help, all that stuff, and then try to move on. But they didn't do that. And then they tried to move on, and it's working. That's the crappy thing. That's working. Like, they want the internet to forget, so they're burying all that stuff with new content. Which, if you're that guy that's smart from that angle, because with how the internet works, the new gets put above the old. And that's it. That's the internet. Yeah, they were just, go look at the One Fantastic Week YouTube channel. There's like a new, well, not the new ones, but there's one addressing it. They turned off the comments on it. It's just, right, Tad. Yep. It's just weird. I don't understand. Like, some things just don't make sense to me. That is one of them. It really is, yeah. There's a lot of things that are really messed up. 2020 was a doozy. In all manners. I'm just over here on my corner of the internet, drawing bats, keeping things light. You know how we do. Don't piss anyone off. Don't be a dick. Be a nice guy. Be professional sometimes. That whole thing. Have fun. Don't hurt anybody. Basic rules, you know? Don't make dumb decisions. I don't know. There's a thought. Yeah, I mean, it's similar to, I feel like a musician or an actor, like, that you really like, but then you find out something really effed up about them, and you're like, well, that changes everything. I can't take in your content anymore. I don't want to support you. Goodbye. You know? And I feel like that's a good way to protest something, but if enough people don't do it, you're not really protesting much, you know? That's very true, Kirkins. That's a very good point. I wonder if actually people will do that now. That's a really interesting point. Yeah, because, I mean, even if you Google them now, you wouldn't know, because they're starting to bury it already. Oh, bye, Fire Seal. Thanks for coming. I love having you. Wait, Fire Seal, did you get your package? Did you get yours yet? No? Yes? I feel like you could separate the art from the artist, maybe if it was a company, but even so, like, you're still supporting them. So you're voting with your money. It's that whole thing again. No, the quick draw one with the pancake waffle boy thing. I think we sent it out last week. It's just, I don't think a lot of people are aware or get into the politics of, you know, like, the art. They just see art and they're like, oh yeah. I mean, it's the fan art argument. Nobody wants to think about that, but below the surface, that one's fucked up too. That one's not okay. I will not get into that rant. Yeah, okay. Then the mail is being slow still. Poor mail. The USPS is so swamped. Poor guys. It's really weird because I sent 2 packages to the same person, and the one I sent later got there faster than the other one. It, like, lapped it. It's kind of funny. Hi, Kat. How are you? Welcome. Usually we're not talking about such heavy stuff. Usually it's a little bit happier speak, but tonight we got on a little bit darker of a tone, but it's important nonetheless. But welcome. Oh, I'm glad, Fire Seal. Thank you again for that. I'm as mad as you are, though, Tad. Believe me. Just can't show it. Can't show it sometimes. Tad, I feel like you and me could get angry together and just spout, like, just things. Very true, Kat. Very true. Thank you for your encouragement on it. And I mean, at least it's for good reason, right? It's for good reason. It's not for something bad. Oh God, Crane, no one would be in there. Come on. And if anything, I'm just ranting there, and somebody's gonna record it someday, and then I'm gonna be the guy that the internet goes after, and it'll be taken out of context and all that stuff. It'll be what happened on Twitter all over again. It sucks, because you can't even defend yourself, you know? If a tweet is taken out of like a thread and somebody screenshots that and that goes viral and people get after you, you don't even have a chance to redeem yourself or anything, right? Like, you don't get that. There's no trial. It's just execution, you know? It's the weirdest thing. The internet is a very strange and scary place. Very strange and scary. People forget how much power it actually has, too. Yeah, it's brutal. Absolutely, Kat. You understand. It's really difficult. And it's like they can't even defend themselves. They don't even get a chance to say their piece, you know? Absolutely, Sarah. Yes, we can. I actually did the same thing with Way to Cuff recently. Yeah. And by recently, I think we did it in November. But yeah. It's super heavy. Yeah, for sure. No, I feel ya. We can definitely do that. Though I'm really bad at setting up times and all that, so I don't know, hit me up when you want to, and we'll figure it out. Because otherwise I'm an idiot sometimes, and I just, woo. I feel like someone would use it against me, because I have a tendency to make enemies. I don't know why. I'm a nice guy. I don't know. Right, Crane. I feel it. I feel it. Yes, please. It is weird when you are so mad about it, and it's like the internet isn't your place to rant, it's your place to do business. So it's not like you can go on the internet and be like, F this, F that, blah, 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 blah. No, I totally understand. And yeah, especially since we're in the same, vicinity of what we do, it's like we only have each other to really rant to, right? That's kind of like journaling, Serenity. Does that help, do you find? I wonder if that's a smart way to do modern day journaling. That reminds me of Donna on Parks and Rec when she had that Twitter account, or, just for bashing Leslie. Or that hashtag. I think it was just a hashtag. Bitch boss. It's true. It's true, you birdies. Oh no. I don't know if I even want to click that crane. Yeah, I can't look at those posts. Those always... Can't do anything about them either. And those drive me nuts. Because people don't understand how much art takes. Costs or anything. It drives me crazy. That's why it's like I feel no remorse nowadays when somebody's like, how much would this take? I'm like, this and that's it. No negotiating. That's how much it'll be. Oh, okay. It's like, that is what art costs. Okay. Hi, Say What Steve. What's up? How you doing? Welcome. Like, pay artists for what, you know, the work they've done. That sort of deal. It's true, man. No dinner for you, I asked. Thank you for the follow, Cat. Oh, God. See, I can't touch that. I can't touch any of those things. It'll just... I learned last year to stay away from things that make me unnecessarily angry. Like, I don't seek out things that piss me off. I don't click into things I know will push a button. I don't do that anymore. I stay off the internet as much as possible now. I only get on it to do, you know, whatever business I gotta do, because my art has to be on the internet. But other than that, I don't touch anything. It's like you seriously walk into a room full of just glass and you just slide this thing on the floor and then you back out the same way you came in, because I am not tripping any wires. You know, and I had somebody tell me, you know, well, if you stand for certain things, aren't you going to put your neck out? And man, the last time I put my neck out, I just got burned at the stake. So it's not worth it, because, you know, even if you do kind of stand for something, I mean, you can try to stand up for it, but it sucks because due to the internet, it's kind of fruitless. Like, I feel like no matter what you do on the internet, you can't win. So, and that might be a little bit pessimistic, but I mean, you know, like Instagram, for example. Instagram's algorithms and things. I still don't have Reels. Okay? My account, I have 4 or 5 accounts, right? For different things. One's a dog account, stuff like that. All my other accounts, except my main one I use for business, have Reels. According to a post I saw that said, hey, I talked to Instagram, you gotta do all these things to actually, you know, up engagement, get more followers, all this stuff. And I always look at those just to kind of entertain them, because they don't get me mad. I just feel like they're information. And I'm like, man, maybe I could do these things, maybe I couldn't. One of the main things was using Reels. I can't use Reels. I don't have it. Like, I literally do not have it. And I will prove it to you. I do not have it anywhere. Here at my bottom, I still have this. I still have this setup where the likes are up here, but there's no Reels, right? However, if I go over to, say, my dog account, there they are. What's the deal? And I don't even try to be like, oh, is this why? And no, I have done everything. I swear to God, I come from a tech mobile background. I've done everything, believe me. It doesn't matter. It's tied to my account. It sucks. I can't do anything. And you can't get a hold of Instagram. It's ridiculous. The internet is that monster. Basically, yeah. Oh, lights and sea, that sucks. See, and that's really hard. I feel like that's just when you can do something about it. You know, that person made a mistake by coming at you that hard. What they should have done is messaged you privately and been like, hey, I don't know if you know this, but this artist, blah, 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 and informed you rather than flamed you. Because I feel like we're still not meeting everybody with compassion and like, hey, maybe you don't know this, but I'd like to tell you this. And that's how we should be going about things instead of attacking people right away, right? So, apparently, that guy that does all the alien comics that are really cute, where they're like saying things that we do as humans that are weird in certain ways. Apparently he had a cancel culture type thing a while ago, but I'm sure no one even knows about it anymore or whatever, and they just keep sharing his stuff. Like, this is the nature of the internet. It's just weird. Like, good people can't win, and bad people get their bad things get forgotten about. That's the internet. Like, I feel like I've come to accept that the past couple of years. That's just what happens. I'm even close to a couple people who have mad follower counts, and they're not the best people. And I think I'm a good person, and I don't have many, but it's like, that's not denoting worth. Again, followers, success online, all that stuff does not denote your worth as a person. And I feel like that's really hard for a lot of people to grasp. You really gotta beat it into your head that you are not the internet, you are not your accounts, you are not these things, right? If you left the internet today, what would you still be doing if no one was watching, right? Would you still be drawing? Would you still be doing whatever you're doing now? Like, those are the sorts of things you should be asking yourself and doing and projecting about yourself. Things that you really care about, the things you like. That's what's important. Who are you when no one's looking? That whole idea. Oh, lights at sea, oh no. Well, maybe his anger was coming from a different place too. Yeah, Crickens, I don't know if it was that exactly. It might have been something else, but I don't know. It was weird. Yeah, I think that's a good thing to take away from the internet, is just remember who you are when the internet's not there. You know? Because I've revisited this idea the past couple years, especially last year, when I knew conventions weren't coming back. And I was like, okay, if there isn't the internet, because I hate the internet, right? It can be terrible. If there isn't the internet, especially with deep fakes now, that's gonna be so scary in the next few years. Anyway, if there isn't the internet, what can I do? Like, let's say you took yourself off the internet. Would you still be able to be a successful artist today as a local artist or as just an artist offline? There are artists who are, but typically they're like, you know, museum or, you know, those kind of artists. They're not little commercial, little cute pop things. So, I mean, that was a hard discussion to have with myself, I guess. Because I was thinking, like, what could you do? I think locally I could make something happen. Because locally I was starting to get my art at, like, the library. And I think my stuff works really well at a library. And I wanted to start doing things at the library for, like, kid workshops and maybe go dressed up like I am now. You know, I thought that'd be really fun. And then COVID hit. But I was trying to think of other alternatives because the internet can just be a cesspool. And it can't, like, I feel like we can't put all of our eggs in the basket of the internet. Like, there's got to be more. than just the internet. There's gotta be. So anyway, that's where my mind went. Good, Serenity. And that's who you should be. Proud of you. Right, Crane? Isn't that weird? Exactly. Yeah, Sarah, it's so strange how much the internet gives us, but how much it also takes. And it's scary, and I kind of want to always be preparing for, what if there is no internet? How, I even sometimes get the whole thing where it's like, I just want to get a really crappy part-time job and just do my stories, get those out, and just be done with that, and just do my stories for me and whatever, and just have a crappy little job, and then, like, kind of go backwards, because going full-time is nice, but there is that whole, you have to pay for your time before anybody else pays for your time, that whole thing. So it's rough, Like, I think I have a few contacts I could probably hit up for doing work that isn't related to my success on the internet. I still have, like, game company contacts and people in the industry that I've worked with. Some of the best stuff I remember being happy about working on was I was doing some educational art, where I was kind of the art director as well as the person that made all the art and animations, and it was great. I had full control. I got to basically make my own schedule. I was the head of the game, and I knew it was going to a good place. Like, unlike when I was doing mobile games where I knew those were feeding addiction, I was doing educational stuff that, was helping kids out, like younger kids, elementary school, middle school, those ages, and that felt really good. And I feel like if I got that chance again, I would probably do that. It was making like a tablet game for kids. And it was great. I had a lot of fun with it, and it was really rewarding, honestly. And some of my best jobs have been helping people, and I feel kind of crappy that I'm not in that anymore, I'm not helping anyone really, or it feels like I'm not. Granted, people tell me that my art helps them, and that is really nice when that happens, but it's so few and far between when you get someone that, tells you that your art helped them. But hi, King, how are you? Welcome. Yeah, right, Serenity? That's what we do. Gabe and I have, like, anti-internet time where we basically turn off the internet, or we go to a different spot in the house that the computers aren't, and we don't look at our phones, nothing. Yes, Sarah, yes. And I think it's so weird. I don't even think it matters where you are in your art journey or anything. You're always going to be susceptible at some point to the internet beast. You're always going to stumble a little bit. I feel like just as artists, we can't help it. Like, whether you're somebody who worries about follows or you're somebody who worries about how you're maybe being viewed by people, I don't know. You're always going to worry. It takes actual time to unprogram yourself every once in a while. And it feels like it's like a monthly thing, weekly thing, depending on what it is. It's an ongoing thing. Georgia, thank you for the follow. Serenity. You know what's stupid? Gabe and I got out our old phones that no longer obviously have cell service and whatever. And now they're like, I was going to start using mine just for taking pictures of my work and uploading and using it for social media. Because my other phone, my real phone, is getting absolutely cluttered. So, I don't know, it just seemed really weird to have that problem. Like, this is a phone. And I'm having problems using it because it has too many pictures? Like, that's so weird. I don't know. I got stuck in a nostalgia hole the other day. I was thinking about how our devices and everything have changed, and I do remember what it felt like not having a phone. and it was so cool. Not having like the internet at your fingertips, you know, having that time to log on and log off the internet. So yeah, it's like nobody calls me. The only time we use the phone is to make vet appointments. That's it. Honestly, I think Gabe called his mom the other day, but that's it. It's not that much. We don't talk to friends on the phone. Friends are on the internet or in text. It's weird. But yeah, I kind of wish, and I don't know, maybe this is true now. Do high schools and stuff have classes that are dedicated to unprogramming yourself from the internet? Does that exist? I feel like that should be a thing. Like maybe they'd have, you know, a quarter on cyberbullying, or what to do if your, you know, accounts are stolen, or, you know, how to handle anxiety with, you know, waiting for somebody to text you back or some crap like that, you know? Like I feel like that could be a whole thing. 'Cause I mean, they had, you know, in health class, they had sexual health, they had, you know, just physical health, all these sorts of things. Wouldn't that fit into it? Like, you'd think so, right? Oh, cute Crane. Yeah, I understand that. I mean, Gabe was even talking about getting a flip phone again. Because he likes analog things too, but at the same time, he has a problem with Twitter and all that. Like, he gets a little bit addicted. So that's why we've done the putting our phones away sort of deal. But he knows. And, you know, we make strides to go and get better about it, but it's hard. I think no matter what we all say, we're addicted in some sense. Everyone is. I mean, if you've seen that, what is it, The Social Dilemma? I mean, that's a good, if you have parents and stuff who don't really understand the internet or anything like that, that's a good one to show them. Because I think a lot of parents don't understand how bad the internet can be for brains. Like, they think it's just this tool, and it's not just a tool. I think that's a good one to show them, so they understand. And then they're going to get paranoid about it, but at least they'll know, you know. It's okay though, Serenity. Just because they stop messaging you doesn't mean you don't exist or you're forgotten. I think about you often. Isn't that sad, first off? Like, oh, first officer. Rose. Okay. Hi, by the way. Don't you wish they did, though? Wouldn't that be great? I don't see it being any different than having a health class, you know? Especially nowadays. No, I understand, Crane. And you gotta go for a walk, yeah? Yeah, I'm in America, too. America's failed us in many ways. Are you addicted to Discord? Oh, no. Aw, Serenity. I will always be here for you. Do I mainly use pencil? No, not really. Actually, it's funny you say that because, I technically see myself as a mixed media artist. And if you go, I'll show you what I'm mainly doing every day. If you're kind of curious what art I'm making every day. God, and I hate this. I hate that it shows top posts. Look at the recent posts. But these are kind of my bread and butter. I'm doing these basically every day. But I have a solid, even mix of doing that stuff, watercolor, this stuff, digital, I think that's basic, and ATCs that are this big. Those are on my Patreon and I sell them on my site too. But I really do kind of get around when using certain mediums. Because my my Patreon, a lot of my stuff is digital. So if you look, honestly, it makes my Instagram account look like an absolute junk pile. But really, I mean, it's a good representation of all the things I kind of do. Like in the first 9 posts, you can see traditional, you can see my use of digital meets watercolor. And I'll have a time lapse up this week that shows I went from pencil to digital to printing it to watercoloring it. So, I mean, I'm really balanced in that sense. And a lot of my stuff that I end up making stickers of and things like that, purely digital. But if you're talking about just this piece has marker, pencil, which is just mainly this pencil and a white pencil. If we're talking pencil, this is the only pencil that's on this piece. The rest of it is marker and kind of, I guess, paint, gel pen. Like, here, I'll show you all the things here. Basically, for every piece I do, so like this one that's finished, basically finished, it still needs some work. But like on this one, it's basically 3 or 4 markers, a few kinds of white tool, and then like that brown pencil I showed you. I really like to take a medium and just kind of do what I can with it, I guess. So really it's 3 or 4 markers. I rarely use this one. And then a whole bunch of different white things. And I went through these actually earlier on the stream and explained what each one of these whites was for. So I don't know if that's helpful. I also released a really long tutorial on my Patreon recently, and I'll show you real quick what that looks like. At my $3 tier, you get a whole bunch of digital stuff. So maybe go check that out. But a recent tutorial I did went through my pet portraits and showed you all the tools I use and everything, and I'll show you kind of how, I guess, intricate that is. Okay. So, this is on my $3 tier. I go over this. You get to see the time lapse of that one. Transfer tutorial is what I did to get this on here. You can see all that on there. And then this is a really in-depth, like what I use paper-wise and my markers, my tools, and how I go about this whole process. So you can find that on my Patreon, the $3 up tier. Also, if you join that tier, you can get one of these for free. So all you gotta do is fill out a contact form. And if you want that exact link, just message me and I can get it to you. Hell yeah, dragons! Way to go! It's important to be at least a little bit even when it comes to digital versus traditional. And I don't care what traditional you use. God, fuck that word. Whatever traditional medium you use, you have to kind of know digital too. Because a lot of the time you're going to take your traditional stuff, you're going to make prints or stickers or books or what have you. So it's really important in this day and age to have that mix. Because I guarantee you at some point you're going to need this side. So please do, Sarah, yes. The mental health check-ins, that's a great idea. Really, the internet is affecting young artists so badly. It's so crazy. Thank you, Kat. Crane, I would say about 50% of the time I do digital now. It's really 50-50. I just think people get a lot more out of traditional streaming. Really, a lot of my digital stuff is gradients. You can do a hell of a lot with just gradients. You don't even really need much in terms of a tablet or anything, but I do a lot of editing, using digital, and a lot of coloring pages and things. Yeah, I just need it all. My iPad is just like, look at this. What kind of a douchebag personalizes their iPad like this, Like, I don't know. I love my iPad as much as I love my sketchbook. Like, I am even keeled, I guess. I gotta get a new chair. It just sounds like I'm farting all the time. Son, what's the internet? Oh God. Hi, Sunny boy. It's been a while. Oh, bye, May Fox. Loved having you. Sorry if I'm too late saying bye. Am I designing an Oracle deck? I'm doing the Major Arcana. So this is the Hangman. I don't know if that was obvious or not, but it's this cute little bat. I've got the Hermit, the Lovers, High Priestess, and the Fool so far. And the backs. Card backs are an important one. I actually jazzed myself up doing that one first. Oh no, it's cute. Sarah. Yes, thank you for mentioning Serenity. That's a good one. I wish I could highlight that. Really, Officer Rose? Really? That's great. I like hearing that. Oh, thank you, 001. That is very, 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 very sweet of you. You guys are making me feel so good. Thank you. Yeah, Kat, for just $3. Oh, your art's just for you, no sharing. That's fair. Yeah, it's crazy. We have to, like, being an artist nowadays, you really have to be able to sell, like, originals, but also offer digital content in some form, you know? A lot of my friends that have, like, very, like, just, they're print artists, I guess you could call them. They make all their money solely off prints or books, just art books, things like that. I do storytelling. I do a monthly story, basically, on my Patreon at the $8 and $5 tier. It's the Curious Collector tier. Here, you can see an example of that here. This was the Bunbury. So I have this whole universe and all these things that kind of come out of this. I don't know. It's just a bunch of ways for me to write stories and lore. And I do that every month. And you get stickers and junk too. It's really fun. I like it. It keeps me really happy. It's the one thing every month I look forward to because, you know, it's totally me. So I enjoy that. This month it's the Alger, which it's basically a cousin of the owlbear, but they're tiny. They're like 1 to 2 feet tall. They're basically kind of like Ewok size, but a little bit smaller than an Ewok. But they're like a mini owlbear, and they have their own lore behind them. But once in a while, I'll do something that's based off something else, but that's really kind of rare. Like, that's rare. Typically, I'm making something up completely, but it's really fun. I don't know. I'd like to think, Dragons, that the internet was encouraging young artists, but it's really not. It's teaching them some bad habits, if I'm honest. And I'm going to touch on this real quick. For those of you that know me, don't worry. I'm not going to go off. But the whole selling fan art thing, when kids see that, they think that's the way to be successful. That is not the way to be successful in any sense. Please do not sell fan art. You can do fan art, just please do not sell it. I'm going to put a link in the chat so I do not go off on my very famous ranting for 4 hours about it. If you have any questions about it, or its legality, or anything else, please do not fight me. Go to this site, read all that first, then we could talk. If you really still want to talk after you read that whole thing, then fine. But yeah, she does. Doing it on Patreon is technically selling it. Yeah. Okay, so I'm moving on. So to post an Insta link, you can just copy and paste it from your browser, copy and paste it in, or just put instagram.com/whatever your thing is. Sunny Boy, yes, I do remember you. I have a really weird memory when it comes to certain things. It's really strange. Like, I won't remember what I did 5 minutes ago, but I'll remember you, who has been here before, maybe once or twice, 2 or 3 years ago. I don't know. Really, really strange. Oh, Serenity, you already handled it. Thank you. It's good. And for those that are coming in that, you know, you may have this performance anxiety when it comes to your sketchbook, ruin the first page. Destroy it. Absolutely make it ugly. Don't try to draw anything specific. Just destroy it. it'll make you feel a lot better about anything else you put in that sketchbook from that point forward. Because basically what you're doing is you're setting the bar for the sketchbook, and if that's the ugliest page, anything else you draw on it from that point is going up, right? Once you hit rock bottom, there's no other place to go but up. So, you too, Tad. Enjoy having fun. Oh, I'm 35 tomorrow, Dragon, so I'm with you. Believe me, I'm with you. Yeah, fan art is it's a monster now. It's really bad. There's so many arguments people will make to try and justify it. It's illegal and it's bad for your art career as an artist nowadays. Go look at the website if you want to fight me. Before you fight me, please read my website. Hey Boo! I remember you too! How are you? Oh, it's not just Pokemon. Yep. Oh yeah, contact info. That's a good use of it too. Sometimes I'll put stickers in there too, you know? Messy sticker page. Oh yeah! There you go! Kat just said it. Yeah. That's really smart. Using it as an inspirational page. Yes! Good for you! That's a really good idea. See, and I think depending on what kind of artist you are, if you want that inspirational page or if you absolutely want to have a cathartic moment, I guess, in destroying it, that can be, you know, that can be a little bit just cathartic, I guess. You know, it helps. Thank you, Rose. And once I'm 30, I'm basically 40. Yeah. Oh, you're better for seeing me. Oh, Boo. You're so sweet. And then once you're 40, you're 60. Do I really? A settling demeanor. I like that. At least I'm not unsettling. I think I'm just confident in what I'm about, and I'm sorry if that's bad, but at the same time, I'm genuine. I'm trying to tell you what I know. If it works for you, cool. If it doesn't, I'm sorry. Telling you my experience. But, you know, you have to have a warmth about you when you tell people things. You know. And I think a disclaimer is always important. Saying, this is what I've experienced. These are my thoughts. These are my whatever. Something could work completely differently for you than it did for me. And I think that's really important for a lot of people to say, because again, with younger people coming up in the internet, they'll see a video, they'll think it's law, you know, because a lot of, you know, inspirational people or what have you on the internet, they'll just see maybe that video and it'll influence them in such a way. So it's good to be telling people, hey, this is how I did it, there are other ways of doing it. Seek out more information and cross-reference it with what I'm telling you. You know, and if I'm wrong on something, come tell me. Like, if I'm actually wrong on something, I want to know I'm wrong and change what the problem is, you know? Your 30s have been awesome, 40 in the fall? Heck yeah, man. I like my 30s. This has been great. I'm not an idiot like I was in my 20s. I was kind of stupid in my 20s. Like, oh my god. You know, memories on Facebook, how it keeps coming back? It's like, I think I joined it 12 years ago. But even 12 years ago, some of the things I'm saying, I'm like, God, idiot. You know, like, I'm mad at myself because I was so dumb. The Clover Dragon. Hey, man. I'm feisty. I'm not mean, I don't think. I don't know. If I'm mean, you guys tell me. Tell me I'm mean. Oh, good job, Kat. Yeah, I think becoming an adult doesn't actually, it's not a thing. I think things just happen to you that fit in the adult category and you're like, I guess I'm there now. I don't feel it, but I guess I'm there. Yeah, fan art is training wheels. Like I said, that's the first thing I say in that website. So if you go to that website, it's the first thing. It's good for training wheels. You don't sell it. Because, like, if this was a character of mine and somebody recreated it and sold it, made money off my creation, I'd be pissed. You know? I don't care if you're Marvel or some guy in a basement that only does one character that's his. I don't care who you are. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's stealing. And they just destroy mountains. Or live in them. You know. Wow, you finished an Oracle deck? Good for you. Damn, that is a milestone. Congratulations. Sorry, I'm eating walnuts. Seriously, completing a whole deck of this, I'm only doing the major for now. I don't even plan to do the rest of it. Like, this is all I can muster right now. So, good for you, man. Oh, God. See, I really don't want to get to that point where I have to spend most of my time hunting people. I'm like, take my shit down. Stop it. Bacchus, thank you for the follow. Thank you. But yeah, like, oh my God. I don't want to get to that point. And it sucks because I feel like a lot of times we can't do much about it. You know? Like, if it's overseas and they're selling our stuff, we can't do anything about that. We really can't. Like, even if you were lawyered up to the teeth because of international things, from what I've understood, you can't do anything about that. You know? Have you watched Tiger King? Oh, Tiger King. Yeah, that came and went, didn't it? Giving it away is fine. Giving it away is actually preferred. So, I mean, you can do it. Like, there's nothing wrong with making it and saying you love it. It's when it turns from love to making money off it, and that's the intention. When your intention has gone from loving it to making money off it, it's different. And don't give me the whole, I spent time on this, so I deserve to be paid for it. No, that was your choice. You apparently love this thing, so because of that, you're giving it the time of day. You're saying, hey, because I love this thing, I'm going to spend time on it. You do not deserve to get compensated for making someone else's art. Okay? No. Incorrect. But yeah, giving it away as a gift, that's thoughtful. Especially if it's fan art of something somebody likes, you know? Crane, stop it. Yeah, I really don't want to get into it. But please refer to the website. Damn it, the first time Crane's back. I swear to God, Crane. Swear to God, this is like the first time we've touched on it since I don't even remember. It's really weird you're in here and this is happening. Dragons, I think that's awesome. 50 bucks, hell yeah. You can do it. You can do it. And I mean, what constitutes a book? You could, you know, make a book of just tiny drawings and stuff. There's no rules. You know, it's not like it has to be a novel. You can make a book, make it digital, sell it online, that counts as a book. You know? To save you from your... You're not a bad influence. You're fine. Oh God, Sarah, really? I'm sorry. I'm going to say one more thing about it, and then I'm not going to say anything more. But I think it's funny when people who, you know, do fan art, they get all mad because somebody stole their fan art. And I'm just thinking, like, how absolutely hypocritical that is. And they don't even see it. Oh, I have gotten into some real fights about this, though. At conventions with real people. Believe me, I have gone through the gauntlet for this purpose. Just my worst thing is that I just want to... I want people to know, because a lot of people just don't know. They don't know it's illegal. They don't know it's bad. They don't see the error in the whole thing. And when I bring it up, they hate me for it. They get so mad about it. And they just want to tear me apart. But it's like, aren't you just mad that I'm right? Or why are you mad? So that's usually where a lot of people get mad at me, or how I make enemies pretty easily. But I mean, just Google, is fan art illegal? Or is selling fan art illegal? You'll get so many things. It's like, okay, if you don't want me to tell you you're wrong, go look elsewhere. So I gave up that whole crusade, I guess it was. I did, Sunny Boy, yeah. So when it comes to Patreon and all your, like, tiers and all that, they're all going to depend on what you're willing to do and what you want to do. Don't put tiers on there that you don't want to do. So a lot of my tiers are very me-centric. I even have a tier on there that's made for commission layaway. So people pay for a commission over time, however they feel is comfortable, and then they can cash in, you know, and it'll go in my queue when it's paid for, or they can pull out at any time. I'll take, you know, discount off what they've already paid for it, and then the rest they can pay whenever, you know, like right then, whatever. So there's that. There's my digital content. There's my Curious Collector tier, which is my heart. I love it. And really, yeah, your Patreon is going to be you in a nutshell. Depending on how much time to do it too. But if you are just starting a Patreon, we've gone over this kind of in depth throughout the whole stream now. It's kind of been the theme of the stream, I guess. If you're starting a Patreon, start with like 2 tiers. At least one, $1 tier. It's like your tip jar, okay? Because there are people out there that just want to support you. They don't want anything in return. They just want to help you. They're angels. And then just think, if you have 100 people giving you $1, that's $100. Never underestimate the $1 tier. And then you could have a $2, $3, $5 tier, somewhere in there, whatever you think is worthwhile for digital content. And that's if you want to actually start feeling out making coloring pages, device wallpapers, tutorials, time lapses, all that kind of stuff, right? Anything that digital can be given, you can try for that. But really start small. Don't offer any physical rewards right away. That's a big step. You really need to be prepared for that one. And depending on if it's a flat thing versus something that goes in a box, that sort of stuff, very important. So make sure you're ready for that when you get there. Exactly, Crickens. Yeah, passion and for free. Oh, boo. You'd be surprised. I mean, when you're standing in front of somebody who, you know, you're kind of telling them everything they're doing that they're standing in front of has been illegal or has been made as dirty money sort of thing, they don't really take kindly to that. So, yeah, I've made some enemies that way. I try to go about it really, like, you know, I eased into it. I didn't just say, "You're stealing," blah, blah, blah. I try not to do that. I try to bring it up really casually. Yeah, Pokemon and Disney are really good about taking down their stuff on Etsy. When it comes to like Redbubble, Society6, all that stuff, don't buy things unless they say they're licensed. And if they don't say they're licensed, honestly, if you want to help, message the person or whatever and be like, "Hey, are these officially licensed characters or art? Like, are you working with them?" If they're like, "No," I mean, you can use that website if you want, but if you don't want to say anything, but you'd be like, "Oh, okay, never mind then," you know, that sort of thing. So they get the idea that, wait, is this wrong? I just want people to think about where they're putting their time. And I don't know why I care so much, and yes, I've been called the moral police, but I really care about the younger generation of artists, and if they grow up doing nothing but fan art, we will have no original content in like 20 years. Hell, 10 years. From what I've seen at conventions, there's no original stuff, like, ever. The most original content I ever see is at Emerald City, where people are doing their webcomic like crazy, and it's great. There's so much good stuff there. But like New York Comic Con, all these other Comic Cons, it's like, I would get severe anxiety there because of it. And you won't believe how many people actually really crave original stuff. They want to be surprised. They want something new. They're tired of seeing 24 billion Batmans, you know? Anyway. Thank you, cat. What are you doing, little guy? Oh, wow. Dragons, that's crazy. Yeah, and I mean, if Marvel wanted to take the time to go in somewhere and be like, yep, nope, cease and desist, they could. But they get more out of it by letting it happen. It's free advertising, it's all that, and it's a drop in the jar for them. But from where I'm coming from, I'm worried more about the artists, and the younger artists. Because there are a couple instances at shows that have really scarred me in terms of seeing a younger artist react a certain way to, like, a big-time fan artist, and it chokes me up because it's not okay. And they're gonna waste a lot of time doing these things because they think that's how you make money being an artist, and it's not. It's heartbreaking. Yes, Crickens! That was the biggest revelation to me. I went to my first FurryCon. Well, I didn't go there. I vended there. And I didn't see any fan art. I mean, I didn't look around too hard, but oh my god, it's night and day. Like, they were all original things. And it was so beautiful. Everybody's table was like their own world. And it was absolutely... It was gorgeous. I was so enamored with just the amount of ideas that were around me. And just that there were this many people who were doing what they loved unapologetically. And other people were loving it. And it was beautiful. It was so beautiful. Oh, so good. Because you gotta remember, I was coming from a convention scene where I was going like, at our most busy, we were going to a con 1 to 2 times a month and traveling for this and all that. And I was seeing everything everywhere that was just the same shit over and over and over again. And I got tired of it. I got angry about it. Anyway, there's nothing I can do about it except say my piece wherever I am. Try not to hurt anyone's feelings, but try to educate, and then just get out. That's all I can do. Otherwise, I'm just gonna get flamed by people. Because it is so against the norm right now to think this way. If you go anywhere that's fan art friendly, you will get absolutely just crucified. It's crazy. It's like I'm a flat earther or something. People get instant angry. So mad at me. It's so weird. I mean, my partner, my boyfriend Gabe, he's worked for Marvel, DC, Oni Press. He's worked for the big ones. He knows about all this stuff too. And, you know, I know people like Mike Mignola even get pissed if somebody brings up fan art of Hellboy to him. He's like, I'm not gonna sign that. I didn't do that. You know, like, these people are actually very internally angry about their properties being stolen from them, but they can't do anything about it. They just can't. It's too much money or too much whatever. They can't even protect their own characters. And as somebody who wants to excel, to be someone who has their own characters, has their own properties and all this stuff, It's absolutely heart-wrenching for me that my ultimate goal has such a darkness to it that I'm fighting already. Like, think about that. Think about knowing, you know, that you're gonna get to this point that is your dream, but is also a nightmare. Oh, it disrupts me so badly. And that's when it's like you almost want to cocoon and just go back to having your characters with yourself. And it's like, it's okay, we're all okay. No one's gonna take it from me. You know, it's like that sort of thing. But it's like your characters are made to go out. So for every 5 people that steal it, did it make someone happy? Yes. Was that worth it? Yes. And it's hard. It's so hard. But what are you gonna do? As a creator, are you not going to create? No, you have to create. It's like, I breathe it. I can't not, right? Oh, it destroys me. Oh, Gabe, yeah. If you're a fan of sci-fi, go check out Gabe. He also does a lot of D&D stuff too. That's why I say too, dragons, like, that's why I've been telling people, like, do what you're gonna do whether you're online or not, you know? And I mean, if you're making money solely off your art, you can do that without doing fan art. You just have to grind at it. But I will tell you, you will get so much more from doing your own work and selling that than selling someone else's characters. When they're your characters, and you wrote a book about a lake troll that helps all the creatures in the forest, and it makes someone's day, like, that's something else. That's ethereal to me. Anyway, I mean, I'm taking into account all the big shows. I go to little shows too. I've even gone to art fairs. I do Twitch, and I know Twitch has a lot of fan artists that do it, and they have tons of viewers, and they're doing fan art just to get those viewers. I know a lot of those. They all do exist. They're there. It's there. A lot of people on Patreon have fan art sticker accounts and things like that. They're getting paid monthly to just keep pumping out fan art. All this stuff exists. I'm very in the vein of it, and it sucks. And it's easier to say do your art and stop worrying. True. I totally agree with you on that. But telling that to like a 14 to 18-year-old budding artist, all they're doing is scrupulating over one follower that came or went. You know, and you gotta remind them that's not what it's all about, you know. Yeah, I'm with you. I do too. I mean, at my best show, Gen Con 2017, I made $10,000. Okay? No fan art. But it took me a while to get to that point. I had to kind of grow a following and all that stuff. And even now, my following's not that big. But you can do it. You can absolutely do it. And there are some conventions that you're not allowed to have fan art. But they say you can do inspired stuff. Like if you had somebody in a Sailor Scout outfit that wasn't Sailor Moon's, that's okay to them. So that's good. That's fine. It's not the direct thing. So, you know. Exactly, dragons, but people think they have to draw something, you know, to get that. It's not like somebody's like, hey, draw this, and they're like, okay, oh my god, okay. No, it's more like, hey, I overheard a conversation at a con about this one person went over to another fan artist, and they're like, hey man, thanks for telling me to make Yuri on Ice art because it is selling like crazy. That guy didn't have any idea about what that thing was, what that show was. He just made art about it, and it could have just been traced. You don't know. A lot of the time you don't even know. And he thanked the other one for suggesting he do that property to sell that much. Like, it's messed. I feel like I hit a nerve with you. That wasn't my point. I mean, I'm not worried about what they're doing anymore. Like, I'm trying to say, like, Crane here was razzing me about how I was, like, 4 years ago. I was really hardcore into fighting this anti-fan art thing or whatever. They don't come and go, though. Sakimi-chan has been around for, what, 6 years? Something like that? There are, like, it's a phenomenon now, and it's really poisonous, unfortunately, because a lot of people think you have to do it to get a job at Marvel or something, and that's not how to get those jobs, unfortunately. So anyway, that's the point I was trying to make. I didn't mean to make you try to prove where you're coming from to me or anything like that. It's okay, Crane. You're acting like I'm worried about it. I mean, I'm not so much anymore because I can't do anything about it. Maybe you came in after I was talking about this. I'm not worried about it anymore because I can't fight it. I already came to terms with that. I can't fight it. I can only say my piece when I can. And that's all. I'm just trying to say facts, though. What I've seen, I can share. What I know. But like I said, always go search for your own things. You know, go do that. But I'm glad, Kat. I'm not saying to get rid of it, Dragons. You're kind of talking a little condescending to me right now. I'm not really appreciating it. I'm not trying to really get rid of that. I just want people to think about where they're spending their time and all that sort of thing, you know. I know I can't get rid of it. You're welcome, Kat. I mean, it's also illegal to sell it, so it's not, it's my perspective, but it's also like, there is legality there, you know. But anyway. I feel like my music keeps dipping. It'll come and go. Sorry about that. I had this playlist and some parts of it dip out and some get louder, and I can't really like equalize that for some reason. What inspired you to do the tarot deck? Honestly, it was just I thought of a good idea for the Fool card. I thought it was a good idea at the time. And then it made me think of an idea of doing the rest of the cards as animals. Like, I'm from Minnesota, so I like a lot of Northwoods type animals, like beavers and porcupines and deer and all that stuff. And I was like, maybe I could put my spin on the animals, you know, and make a deck kind of like that. But I mean, I still can't say it's a deck. Because like I said, I'm not making a deck. I'm not trying to make a deck. I'm just making a couple bookmark packs. I unfortunately do not have the time to make a deck. I would love to, but I have too many other things I'd like to do. So, ultimately it was the first card, which was the Fool. I had a moth. Hi, Twitty Bear. Thank you for the follow. It was a moth that was going through a candle, so it was on fire, but like a moth to a flame, that whole idea that they're foolish for being attracted to that thing and everything. I don't know, that in turn inspired me to do the rest of it. And I mean, you know, seeing artists everywhere doing these decks, but I knew from the start I wasn't going to try to do a full tarot deck. Going with my own advice that I tell people to do, start small, you know, and the problem with doing any of the cards, like if you did a king playing card or something, people would automatically assume you're doing a whole deck. And I didn't want to do that with this. I wanted to make sure I'm just doing a couple, you know. I'll start with the major ones and I'll pick away at them maybe once a week or something. It's not a big project at all, you know. Oh, really? Yeah, tarot cards can be beautiful. I think they're a really nice way to have a series. Like, honestly, if you're one of those people that enjoys prompts, if you get like a tarot book, or if you just look up like Major Arcana or something, anything online, every card has symbolism, right? And I actually was lucky enough to get a tarot class in England that was headed by Kim Arnold, who is like, well, she's the author of the book, but she's heavily into it. We went through a lot of stuff. I had somewhat of an idea of tarot before, and then in England we got an actual class from her. And so every card has like an image that has things in it, right? Certain symbolism and all these sorts of things. And some are really intricate and have a lot of symbolism, and some are a little bit more loose. So if you do like having a series, like the idea of having a series, one that's already kind of well known, and to have each one have their own prompts, it's a good start, honestly. From what I understand, playing cards also have kind of symbolism behind the royal suits, but I don't know how deep it is. I have no idea about that. But I know as far as tarot cards, you know, you can take some of the symbolism if you want. You could leave it. Like my Fool card, I basically didn't do anything that, you know, had to do with the actual card for that one. A couple of these I think it was the High Priestess I went a little crazy on, and I tried to incorporate everything on that one. And then this one, sorta, a little bit. So it's kind of been whatever I feel like on it, honestly. If nothing else, I just want to make some nice bookmarks, you know? But, I think if it does suit someone's needs for, you know, some tarot, cool. That'd be awesome. But if I ever do get a chance, maybe I'll do the rest of it, but my thoughts are that I would probably get around to the rest of it a little too late, too far away from this, where maybe I'll have outgrown it a bit, and then it might not be worth going back to. So I'm at least trying to get the major done as kind of a clump. But yeah. Good question. Thank you for that. Yeah, props, right? Oh, thank you, Kat. You're very sweet. I appreciate that. Oh, yeah. Oh, Crane, that's so funny you asked that. Back in the day, I actually started off as sci-fi. I was a whole different name, I would say, all through college, and even some high school, I was all robots. I wish I still had my DeviantArt account, because it was just all robots, everything, all my stuff is robots. And I would say, I blame the band Orgy for that. They were my obsession since I was in my teens. But they got me kind of on a sci-fi robot kick. And I was robots probably until, like, exclusively 2010, somewhere in there. And then I had this kind of turning over where it was kind of starting to go away from that, and I didn't have a style or a focus for a really long time until I got to being freelance, honestly. It started peeking through when I was at the tail end of my gaming career, because I started digging more into what I like to draw and what I felt like doing. But yeah, the fantasy side didn't come back until I kind of fully became Cloverkin, which was in 2017, on my birthday, funny enough, which is tomorrow, funny enough. So it's been a really weird kind of, I don't know, because I still like working some sci-fi elements into my stuff, and it's also strange because my boyfriend, my partner Gabe, he was very sci-fi and has always been very sci-fi, but we both kind of dip a little bit into the other side. So he'll do D&D stuff and fantasy stuff sometimes, but his fantasy is more based in outer space. So it's like ancient otherworld fantasy, or mine is more focused on micro worlds, I like to say. So like, mice, bugs. I have a whole story about a mouse and a caterpillar. I have a whole nother story about a bunch of moths, like really little scale stuff. I'm just, oof, I love it. But yeah, it's important to me. But that has always been kind of where my head's been at. And it took me a while to get back to my roots, because I realized, I think, in my later 20s, what really gets me giddy when it comes to art, and it is the micro worlds. And it took me a long time to realize that. I think as an artist, it's important to come back to that and realize, okay, what is it I love to do? Why am I here? And what is it about art that excites me? And that whole idea of, if the internet wasn't even here, wasn't even a factor, what would you be doing? Fuck the internet. What if it wasn't there? What would you be doing right now? So, steam powered giraffe. I've seen them and heard them maybe once. I was at a con they were at, and I looked into them, I think, that night, and they sounded cool. And they looked cool. I had seen them, but, whose birthday is it? Who else's birthday? I haven't yet, Cavendish. No. We haven't been to our P.O. box in a little bit, though. Great. No, but for once I'm actually kind of excited about my birthday. I'm trying to meet 35 more positively. Just because I'm not afraid to get old. I do have a giant gray streak. I'm okay with that. I like age because, it means you're experienced, you've been doing stuff, but, I'm never going to hide my age or anything like that. So I'm trying to treat my birthday with more respect, I guess. Because I think it started when I turned 30. I wasn't, before that I was doing the whole, I hate my birthday. I don't want to even tell anybody it's my birthday. And I still don't want to put it out there. Like, I don't want the whole Facebook messages thing. I don't care about that. So I don't think it's on my Facebook. But yeah. But I'm streaming right now. It's my birthday tomorrow. Why not say that? I don't know. Maybe somebody else's birthday's tomorrow. Like Crickens was mentioning. Crickens, is it your birthday? Today? When's your birthday? A 24-hour birthday stream. No, man. It's weird. I can't do long streams anymore. Like, I'm almost going up to 5 hours in 10 minutes. I haven't done that for a while. Like, oh man. You know what's the weirdest thing about streaming for a long time? Especially when you're talking to a lot of people? I feel like you go through so many different emotions, so many different topics, so many different things. Thank you guys for the follows, Flexus, Galactic. Thank you. You go through so many different things, like feelings and stuff, that I always come out of streams and I'm exhausted. Like, I didn't used to get this bad, but I feel like since, you grow with streaming, you get more whatever. I'm only doing it once a week now, so I'm not really hardened to it anymore. But man, I'm tired. I'm so tired after streams. Yeah, Crickens. Yeah. 2 birthdays, I guess. No, Crane, don't worry about it. It's okay. Basically, Megan, yes. porcupines are like 25% more my favorite animal than, say, like a beaver. But I like them both. But I will always love porcupines. It's stupid. At the last con I was at C2E2, Megan, I can't remember if you were there or not. I think you were. I think I saw you. I bought a taxidermied porcupine. Like a real porcupine. A friend of mine that was there with me, he's like, you're not going to believe this. There's a taxidermy booth, and there's a porcupine there. I was like, shut the fuck up. Really? What? And yeah, they took pictures of it, and they showed me. I'm like, all right, I'm behind my booth. Can you go buy me that porcupine? So at least I gave him a good, like, story, right? And then I thought about all the times I had asked people to go buy me things at conventions. There's another time somebody walked in front of my booth, and I was like, hey, and I stopped them. I'm like, where'd you get that? And they're like, oh, in a booth way over there. They had a stuffed, plushy, adorable, styled tapir. You know? Tapirs? Oh my god. It was the cutest damn thing. And I was like, how much was that? And they were like, $30. And then I asked them, hey, I'll pay you $10 if you go get me that thing and bring it back here. So you'll make $10 by doing that. And they're like, oh yeah. I ended up like making friends with them and being friends with them after the con. Like for a while after. It was great. They're still my friends. It's cool. I think I've done that like 4 other times. I mean, some people are like done by a certain time shopping, like throughout the con weekend, and they're just kind of moseying around, and a lot of the time they've been like, yeah, I'm not doing anything, I can do that. I'm like, awesome. I typically pay them for their labor, but it's funny. Anyway. It was like Darwin and something, Megan. Yeah, I don't know. I followed their Facebook page. Darwin was in the name, though. I remember that. Serve me, peasant. No! I offered them things. I don't know. That was one of the things I miss most about cons, was that that element of just spontaneity with things. I feel like that would happen a lot, And that's probably one thing I really like that I will always miss is I like dealing with problems as they happen, or things that just happen. I like thinking on my feet. I probably would have been a good EMT or something like that, but I really like dealing with surprise situations. So at conventions, I feel like that happens a lot. And I think it's probably why I even like Twitch. I like dealing with things that come up. I like that we have, special conversations that are just like, they just happen. What are we talking about? Things like that. But I do miss that aspect of it. I wasn't into conventions to go out to after parties or to party at all. I am not a party person. I never was. I'm not gonna be. And I've accepted that. That's not who I am. That's not who I like to be. I mean, there's nothing against it if you're a partier. Cool, man. Just be safe. That's it. But like conventions, I just went, sold my stuff, go back to the hotel room. Clover Quest. Yes! Oh my god! I was an NPC! Oh my god! What the fuck? Yes! Oh man, I should give out cards or something for that. Oh my god. If I ever do that, because yeah, I mean, granted it's based on me wanting something, which maybe isn't the best idea, but holy crap, Crickens, yes! You have appointed me an actual NPC. Oh my god. You know what's funny? Gabe and I had the idea, I forget who thought of it first, but we were going to have a balloon like attached to our booth that would fly up. I don't know if that counts to your height of your booth or not, but we thought about doing that so that people could find our booth easier, right? Then of course everybody might start doing it. But if it's like a Clover balloon or something, You know, and then it's even more, like, quest-like. Oh my god. That'd be hilarious. You seem like you would like these prints. Honestly, that was a big thing when I was trying to explain to people how it was selling at conventions. You felt like an automaton where they would put in a quarter, and depending on which button they pressed on whatever product you're selling, that's like when you would, you know, go into, well, this thing here is because of this, and its price is, you know, and you'd sell like, that's what it felt like. You know, depending on what somebody was looking at, you would tell them about it, right? It is crazy. I don't know. Cons. Who knows? Will they ever come back? Who knows? I can't even see this part. Ah. There we go. I don't know, then it might be fun to look for me if I've got a balloon. I don't know. I also have this idea for a webcomic I want to do, and I don't want to say much about it because I probably won't get to do it until who knows when. But I'm not even gonna say, I don't even know why I mentioned it. But anyway, I want to do a webcomic. That's what I gotta say about that. I just hope I get time soon to do the things I want to do. I feel like I've been saying, and I'll have time in a couple months for like 4 years or some crap. It's getting kind of pathetic at this point. NPC elf lady? I'm totally cool with that. I will give buttons. I have a button maker. I'll give you a button. I'll make buttons for shit. I'm writing that down. NPC Conquest. Oh, Conquest with a hyphen. Buttons. Oh, you guys. See, I still think some great ideas come from having Twitch streams. Like, I have gotten so many great, like, brainstorming sessions with the viewers in my streams sometimes. It's so good. Oh my gosh. I would like your most powerful prints. You know, and what's weird about that is some people like certain prints and other people don't like certain prints. You can never tell what prints are going to do well. There you go, Crickens. I want this real bad now. How about we just want cons back? Yeah, yeah. Oh, Crane, you troll. You pro troll. Yeah, I wrote Conquest down when I thought of it, so I'm gonna make that a thing if I ever go to another con again. Oh god. I forgot all about his little halo. Should do his little halo here. So it's really hard to see, but it's there. So now I have to decide how I want to do that. Because I was thinking about making it a moon. Either way, I am preparing myself mentally. In case it doesn't work out, I'm going to replace it digitally with something else. So if this part doesn't look cool once I get it in there, the main problem I'm having is how bright I want to make the lines versus inside of it. I think I want to make the lines brighter than the inside. So because of that, I'm going to use my Conquest button. Yeah, homie. It would be yours. Honestly, if I feel like I could give multiple buttons. It's like a badge system. Like, maybe I've got one for coming to see me, if you're a patron. I had prints for that, like for patrons that came and saw me. I'd give them an exclusive print that only they got for coming and actually meeting me. So that was a thing. But now that I have a button maker that I use monthly, why not? You know? Oh god, this is gonna be nerve-wracking. I have to draw a giant circle. Even though it's outlined, it doesn't matter. Hi, Wubbles! What is this symbol meaning, if any? Which part? Which symbol, Crane? The halo itself? On the actual Fool card, the halo is supposed to represent martyrdom. But I think it's one of those things just in general. It's like, it's a holy type of, symbol. But the reason I put the notches in it, I didn't want them evenly spaced. I wanted to drive everyone's OCD crazy. No. There's 12 notches because it's the 12th card. So I did that on purpose. And then, there's a couple things that are, I guess, kind of symbolic, but the halo specifically is due to for those that can't see it, it's this part here. And the halo is because they have a martyrdom. They're marked by martyrdom. Or it's supposed to allude to it, I guess. So in the actual card, he's got a halo here. Like the fact he has a living tree he's tied from, a foot behind this and his arms behind his body, it all apparently means something. So I'm trying to give it a really cute take. So in that sense. How you been, Wobbles? See, my paper's a little too big though. So I don't know if you can even see this right now. But this is why I'm using this marker over this marker. If I wanted more opaque, I would go one up to this one. But this one is like 50% opacity of that one. So it's like committing, but not fully. And then my other white things here. I've got these, and each one is different. Like, if I'm really not sure, I'll probably use the pastel, because then I can erase it super easily, but I can also blend really well using it. So usually I save the pastel to blend these things together with the other really opaque ones. I'm just a sucker for really nice white gradients. So, getting back into a decent sleep schedule. Hey! Good for you. You're living the dream. We're still going to bed at like 3 or 4 a.m. and it is killing me. And we can't like easily get out of it. Like we've been trying to. And it's like my body really does actually want to stay up till 3 a.m. and I'm mad about it. Because the dogs technically are still on their sleep schedule. Right? So we've figured out ways to still do what they need when they need it, but we're still on our sleep schedule, so it's tough. So we're still working it out. We're hoping soon that we might be able to get back to the regular hours, because it's just gotten crazy. Good for you though, Wobbles. That's great. It's so hard. Yeah, it's in some reason I just hate the feeling of the morning. I hate it. Like, I don't know what it is. And what's weird is up until I was like, God, what, 27 or something? Somewhere in there. I was getting up all my life at like 5:30. Seriously. 5:30. And then I would run like 3 miles or some junk and then go to work. And now I can't even fathom that lifestyle anymore. I don't know how I did it. Did I have a thing here? How did I do this? I can't even find where these lines are now. Oh, Ashley, what have you done? Well, if I follow the lines I have made... assume it's here. Totally eyeballing it. Probably shouldn't be, but trusting in my abilities to arc things. Megan, are you still here? It's to be screwed up so I catch the live stream again. Oh, Crane. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. It's weird because I don't want to do it at like 2 p.m. because I don't want to say I just woke up then, but I mean I kind of just woke up then. The only reason I clip my hair out of my face is because if I don't, it's gonna just fall into my face while I'm drawing. So sorry, I gotta do this. There we go. I've always been the best. Oh wow, Serenity. I mean, I just feel like people go to bed at different times. Like, if given the chance, and, you know, jobs didn't play a part in it, which maybe because of COVID this has happened more often, but I just feel like people, you know, are gonna start just getting up and going to bed when they feel they should. I mean, are we really just conforming to, you know, morning hours and stuff because of jobs, you know? Like, it's hard to tell, and it's like, why do I want to get back to getting up in the morning? For me, it's, I guess, the dogs, but, you know, doing what's right for the dogs. But, I mean, if I didn't have the dogs, I don't know. It's been a while since I've had a gig where everybody I'm working with has, you know, day hours, so I don't know. Oh, that's true, Serenity. I have never thought about that. Maybe we are supposed to live in a different time zone if we're like that. Or I wonder if you would just default to going to the same thing again, just over there. Now I don't know. That's a really interesting thought. I'm not too scared about if I screw this up because, like I said, I can just edit it later, but I did want to eventually sell these originals, but that means you can't screw them up. What's funny is I think if I was somebody who bought this one, I think I would want to keep it right side up, or sorry, upside down, so then he'd be this way. Whatever. As long as he's like this and not upside down, I think I would keep it this way. That turned out okay. Oh, weird, Crane. Never heard of that. That's cool. I feel you, Serenity. I feel you. It's kind of funny when I was trying to stay awake for like 24-hour comic book day and stuff. Some of the things I would do, well, one of them was to listen to bird sounds, like morning bird noises, and kind of trick your brain into thinking it's morning so you stay awake. That worked pretty good. Or to have if you eat like peanuts, protein things, you'll stay up. Yeah, there's a bunch of little hacks I had learned about. What are you guys doing right now? What's everybody up to? I'll turn this upside down, right side up. Painting, cute. And this is what our Discord's for too. If anybody wants to share what they're working on, what they have been working on, anything like that, feel free. We've got a couple different channels in our Discord for like work in progresses or like final paintings, things like that, like different finalized whatever. See, you can tell I'm losing steam now. Like, I'm getting tired. I'm umming all over the place. No, Crane, why unsuccessful? Oh, Jesus, Sonny boy. You crazy. Unproductive noodle. That sounds like it should be a pen. I love that. Serenity, you could make that into a pen. And then just show an elbow macaroni that's slumped over. Like, I am an unproductive noodle. I love it. Oh no, Crane. What would help you? If I do Serenity, it's gonna be marked as a collab between me and you. I'll write that down next to the whole conquest thing. Unproductive. I almost did a Kickstarter this month for a pen. Serenity. But I got real with myself and I was like, okay, you take on too many things. You cannot do this month. I was like, fine. But the main impetus for that was that Kickstarter every January has this Make 100 thing where they kind of they help Kickstarters out by like showing them, exposing them to, you know, doing highlights on them and things like that for anybody who's making 100 of something. So I had an idea for a pen and I was gonna do it, and then I was like, do I have the time to do all this production material? And I was like, no. So should you even do it? And I'm like, no. I have to talk myself out of stuff sometimes. It would just take one day. No. Come on. I'm doing that to myself all the time. I really have to ask myself questions like, should you be doing that right now with that thing that you have to do tomorrow with the other thing? No. Okay. I know you want to start that webcomic right now, but should you? No. Someday I will say yes 1,000,000 times. But until I finish whatever 40 portraits I've got left. Too many commissions, y'all. If it weren't for COVID, I would be done with my commission prompts, but nope. Isn't that crazy? It looks neon. Look at that. Fancy sweater! For you or someone else? That's awesome. I get energized. Oh, Sonny. I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, dude, we figured out Gabe basically has ADD. Like, for real. He totally does. I love him to death, but he totally has it. And this other thing that's called, like, auditory dyslexia. Does anybody here have that? I'm actually super curious right now. Fisherman's sweater. Oh, those are cute. I like those. So auditory dyslexia is basically like you're hearing people and your brain jarbles it. Like you hear it perfectly, but your brain like takes in all the words and garbles it just like crazy. Kind of like dyslexia where you're reading something and it jarbles everything. It's not like it's unclear or whatever, but it like takes the letters and switches them and things like that, like how it's processed. Gabe has it where it's like you're talking to him and he thinks I said something I didn't say, so he usually has to ask me again, and I'll say it again and he'll be able to, but sometimes I'll say something to him and I almost think he didn't hear me, but he did hear me, but he's sitting there and he's wondering in his head if what he just thought I said was real. And at first we thought he was hard of hearing or something. But then we eventually realized it's not like that. It's more that his brain is taking what is said. And then we went and we researched all this stuff, and he must really actually have it. So there's been a little bit of a learning curve with me understanding that he's got this thing going on. So sometimes I have to say things twice, or I have this really bad habit, and this is my fault, where I'll come at him too quick and I'll just throw a question at him and it'll catch him off guard, and not only catch him off guard, but then that other problem, and then I might be frazzled and I might be expecting an answer really quickly, and then I'll get kind of heated, but knowing what I know now, I can go into it a bit more softly because, you know, I have to now know this thing. So I feel bad. Like, it seems like something really hard to deal with. Yeah, it's not all the time, apparently. He said it's only once in a while. Yeah, that was before I had done, I guess, 4 years of Twitch and repeating myself. How many times have I repeated myself this entire stream? It's been like 6 times for the Patreon thing or something. There are some things with Twitch I still don't like, or I'm not used to, or I haven't gotten used to, or better at it. Actually, there's just one I can think of, and I've actually done it this stream, and it's not the fan thing. I've gotten better with that, actually. This stream was different. Crane, that might have been your fault. I probably did, Crane. I am so sorry if I did that. I was probably in a different headspace at the time. I was probably in a different living situation as well. So I'm sorry. My patience has grown since, and I've learned the kind of what it's about being on streaming. Words. You get what I mean. But like, I have a few buttons now with Twitch, but I think I hide them well, at least when it happens. So I feel like everybody who streams has a couple things they're like about, but you can't do a heck of a lot about it. Okay, I think we're getting close to being at a nice stopping point with him. I wanted to make this halo like the moon too, since it's a bat, but I don't know. Maybe. Still thinking about it. Because if I do, I might color that in, but I don't know. Oh, thank you, Wubbles. I appreciate that. This actually took me a long time. I probably drew 6 different bats, and I don't want to give myself too much credit or any crap like that, but usually it doesn't take me that long to figure out, what I'm kind of trying to do. And I actually, this whole process with these has been that I draw them on my iPad first, like from scratch, and then I ink them on the iPad, then I print them out, then I do the transfer thing I learned from Sean, and I put them on the thing, and then I finish them up traditionally. But this one, for some reason, was not going very well on the iPad. So when that happens with me, I feel like maybe something's disconnected that day, and I can't, there's some days you're just going crazy digitally, and you're like, yeah, this is going great, everything's great. Then there's some days you're just disconnected from the device. And then that's when I go back to this, and then the first time I do it, I'm like, oh yeah, I like that. Okay. Right? And I'd done little thumbnails on the iPad, and it didn't matter. They just wasn't clicking. See, Crane, I think that's different than the auditory dyslexia. That might be an ADD thing, where you're wandering. From what I understand, it's like you hear or you think of something, and then you're thinking of this other thing, and then that thing leads to another thing, and then suddenly it's been 6 hours, and you're doing that a bunch. And then you're like, what was I doing? That sort of thing, I guess. Oh, you will, Kat. Just keep at it. That's the hardest thing, is sticking to it. But you can make your own characters right now, There's nothing stopping you. Whatever creature you put out on the paper, that's your character. They are yours now. It is kind of funny, though. I feel like for every maybe 20 people I get at my stream, I piss one off. But is that normal? Do you guys think that's normal? I mean, that must be, right? There you go. Plant character. Go with it. Hell yeah. Plant characters are great. Good start, too, because then you have some solid source material to go off of. You pick what you like out of it, and then you make that into a character. Do it up. Do what makes your heart happy. How do you market your art? Oh, that is a thing. Oh, Bubbles. Yes, I was wondering that. I had talked to your dad. He was trying to help me with my PDF, but he meant well. I was trying to tell him I know what I did wrong and all that stuff. But anyway, I can send you one. Message me. I'll send you one. I actually, oh my god, I forgot to put up pictures of this. I got selfish one day, and I said, this day is my day, and I took it. I ended up working the other half of the day. But the first half of the day, I ended up cleaning our shipping room, which, I'm going to just show you a picture, because you're not going to believe me at all. So our shipping room, okay, had not been organized or cleaned for probably the entire time we've lived here, because we moved in and we basically immediately started going to conventions right away. So we would go to a con, come back, we wouldn't fully disassemble everything, but it was bad. I don't know if you can see this, but this is really bad. So, and I am a clean person, mind you. So this is very uncharacteristic of me. This is my half, okay? So I have a system here, or I had one, and everything was still safe despite how it looks, but this was really bad, okay? Now log that in your memory. So I took that and I cleaned it. And hot damn, look at all that space. So I actually found out I have more books than I thought I did. So this was all kinds of satisfying, let me tell you. I've been playing 2048 lately, and I finally beat it, like twice. Yeah, on the hardest setting. Anyway, it's my go-to safe space. But I have a bunch of Grigors right here. I thought I just had maybe 1 stack left. I ended up having 4 stacks. In my Adorned Animals, which I thought I was totally out of, I have a whole stack here. There's like 20 in there. So I still have a good amount of my books. I refound some. So if anybody wants a book, I still got my books. It was actually really nice to find a bunch because they had been in, so I'd come home from a con, I would take my books that I had left over and I'd put them in a pile. And I had done that so many times that I had kind of lost track of how many piles I had. That's how it happens. Nothing new. Oh, Sonny. Oh, I didn't show you Gabe's side of that room, by the way. He still has to clean his. Stored everything on the floor. It's funny, we kind of have a similar thing where we have piles in our main studio space, and it's clean, but there's a pile that kind of keeps moving. And it's one of those piles, the piles where it's full of stuff you don't know where to put or what to do with it yet, and it's waiting for a spot. It just keeps moving depending on where we need it. So I don't know, man. It's not like I'm a dirty person. I love organization and clean stuff. It's just A, I don't have time for it right now, and B, it lives there right now. I don't know. Also, I'm starting to go hoarse a bit. Out of everything I'm scared of when cons start up, that's actually the number one, is my voice going out. Because, I mean, we were doing cons, and your voice gets used to talking for, 8 to 12 hours a day, depending. And I was at a good point with it. Like, I could go the full weekend without getting hoarse. Now, thank God for Twitch, because I'm at least talking 3 to 5 hours once a week straight. But once cons start up, I might have a really rude awakening. It's gonna be boof. Put it on the couch. Oh, great. This might be at a good stopping point. I don't know. I still want to do something with this part, but I don't know what yet. Maybe it just needs a little bit of rendering. So these tools that I showed you earlier, the 3 or 4 markers and all the white, pencils and stuff, this is kind of my safe space. So if I'm going to do kind of a quick piece or, something that I'm comfortable with, it's basically these. There's no surprises really with me with these. I'm able to predict, what it'll look like, that sort of thing. So it's kind of my comfort zone. So if you see me doing, this, it's basically because I'm unwinding, or I'm doing a piece that's making me happy. So this piece has been kind of a really nice weekend piece, So this will end up being a bookmark, and on the back of it, I'll have the tarot backs. I might put tassels on them too, I don't know yet. But regarding all the things that I do, like all my bookmarks and a lot of my Patreon stuff, I have a Cricut, I have a decent printer, and I have a laminator. and it's amazing just what you can make with a laminator alone. Don't underestimate a laminator. You can get a laminator on Amazon for like 25 bucks. You can make so much shit with a laminator. You can make bookmarks, you can make jewelry, you can make so many things with a laminator. It's crazy. Like, until I started digging into, when I got one, I was like, hey, I can make this. And I was like, oh man, but I can make that. And then when we got the Cricut, that just, I can do everything. So all of our stickers, bookmarks, all those things, we make them at home. The Cricut, when we were doing conventions, that ended up paying for itself like within the first con or two. You just make some stickers, sell them, the thing pays for itself. It's pretty great. And it offers so much more to your, Patreon and all that if you've got one of those. But like I said, don't do it, don't do any physical rewards until you've done digital for a while on your Patreon. That sort of thing. Also, for any of my $3 or up patrons, if you're here, check the latest Patreon update. Because I decided to do a Facebook group, a private Facebook group that you can join. And honestly, you need approval because I'm trying to not have bots join. But in case you don't want to do the Discord route and you're on Facebook a lot more than Discord, you can do it that way. So other news, this week I should be releasing a watercolor time-lapse. The ink work is on my Instagram if you want to see that, and if you're a $3 or up patron, you can see the final. But the actual video of me doing it will be up later this week. I still have to make my stupid intro. Which you can see my animation of that in that update too. It just needs a bunch of in-betweens and some color. And then it'll be ready. It's just I didn't want to put up a video without that first. Yeah, that's fun. This is about the time where I would go through and start darkening and changing line widths and things to call some things forward and push some other things back. Solidify shapes and what else? Silhouettes. So, does anybody have anything else they want to mention or talk about before I go? Anybody think of their haunting lyrics that we talked about at the very beginning of the stream 5 hours ago? Who's been here since then? Have you all been here since then? Good amount of you have been. Do you intend to add more emotes to Twitch at any point? Yes, I do. I just have not had it high up on my to-do list. There was a Twitch stream I had about a year or two ago that was for the Twitch emotes, so I had all these ones I wanted to make, and I did make them. I just haven't exported them, technically. But I have to do all the different whatevers of them. But there's a stream where we made them. It's just I don't know how relevant they are now. You guys remember when I had my sub shrub? Remember the sub shrub? So things have changed since that. It's okay, Wubbles. We have covered a lot though. So just to recap, I guess, if anybody wants to see this later, it'll be on Twitch, but it'll also be on my YouTube. I'm going to export it at some point. And we covered how to start a Patreon, what are some good starting, what's some good starting advice. If you've never done a Patreon, you're thinking about it, where do you start? We covered that like 6 times. That was a good one. We talked about mixed media, paper, my tools. We talked about marketing a bit. Speaking of marketing, Crane, what did you want to know about marketing your art? I think you had mentioned that. Somebody did. Was it Sunny? Did you, damn it. I feel bad. I totally read it and then, it was Sunny. Okay. Did you want to expand on that, Sunny? Like, what part of your art? Just in general? How do you market it? Like, how do you go about talking about it? Or what aspect? I could probably go into that really quick. Just remember, anything I say is just my experience. It's not like end-all be-all advice. I mean, I'm gonna be right and wrong on some stuff, but you can take what I give you, try it, apply it, see if it works. If it doesn't, you know, some things work for me that don't work for you, whatever. That's anybody on the internet. Never take anybody's 100% whatever is law. So yeah, you can rewatch that. We talked about digital and traditional things. I forgot what else we talked about. We touched on the fan art thing a bit, much to my dismay. I did not want to do that. I've been avoiding it all the time. I'm always trying to avoid it. I think I pissed that person off. Whoops. They were being very aggressive, though. I didn't like that. Anyway. I didn't mention marketing specifically. I mean, it's hard. When it comes to marketing your art, on Instagram or other websites, how to grow the community, hashtags, purely good ideas. It's not going to be helpful to you at all for me to say this, but I feel it's very chaotic. It's a mix of luck. It's a mix of using, you know, what they've made in terms of hashtags and stuff. However, I can help you a bit in terms of Rainy Loon. Okay, I think that's her site. Let me make sure. I probably should have checked before I actually gave it to you. Remember I told you this person that had went and talked to Instagram? This was the only useful thing I've seen on Twitter in a long time. They went and talked to Instagram. Wow, this song's weird. Okay, here, I found the exact thing. Here you go. Okay, so this person went and talked to Instagram. And, Crane. And they break down the best way to use Instagram right now, as it stands. What sucks for me, personally, is I don't have Reels at all on my UI. It doesn't exist. It does on my other accounts. My account is bugged somehow, and I've been trying to get through to Instagram forever. You can't. You really can't. Their support sucks. So I don't know what's going on with that, but one of the main things it seems like whenever they release a new thing, whatever it may be, like when stories came out or when Reels came out, they expect people to use these things. And the more you use them, they're going to favor your posts and your engagement, and they're going to drive more people towards you because you're using their new things. If you're still somebody who's just doing posts and no Insta stories and things like that, and maybe you're posting once a week, you're going to be down here for them. Their algorithms favor people who are very, they're big on engagement, and they're using all the tools that Instagram's giving you. What sucks for me is I can't use Reels because I don't have Reels. So already I'm at a disadvantage. Like, literally, this is the stupidest thing. I do not have them. So I think majority of people have Reels right here, right? Luckily, I've still got the likes up here and all that, but I don't have Reels yet. On my other accounts, I do. And I've updated and everything. Like, everything on this. I've done it. It doesn't matter. It's my account. It's my actual Instagram account is bugged. So, I think it happened when I switched my username. That's when things kind of went super buggy. But anyway, read that post if you're really looking how Instagram specifically is treating your posts. You actually can. It could be like a GIF of the process of your drawings. Oh, you can't put GIFs in Instagram though. So the GIFs of my drawings and the processes are in my Patreon, I do it every month, actually. It's funny you mention. But like an example of my gifts, I do gifts of the animations I'm working on too, as well as any of the things I can do. The time lapses I started doing now, because people seem to like time lapses more than they like actual gifts. I think because they don't know their gifts. So the other problem with Patreon is if you're using Patreon's app and you're not viewing it in the browser, the GIFs don't animate. So, like this GIF, this is animating. This doesn't play in the app, in the Patreon app. Do I have another one in here? That was the last one. So I have to tell people, hey, if you want to view, you know, the GIFs, you have to open it in a browser, because it's not going to work if you open it in the app. So an example, just in case anybody wants to see what an example would be of my process, post GIFs. And for those of you who didn't know, I mean, maybe there are some of you who are my patrons and you didn't even know these were GIFs. Could be possible. But if I go back to December, my posts are usually kind of long too. You get a lot of weird random things. So go through some processes, I break down other things like this one. I did a bunch of ATCs, I lined them all up, and you get to see the pencil, the flat, and then the final render typically. Usually it's 3 or 4, but this one it looks like it was just the 2. These are my pet and armors. I do gifts of these every month too. Whatever pet and armors I did that month, you get to see them. But the video of the process, like what I'm doing for my watercolor, that's going up this week. Yeah, it's not the same though, because you're not using Reels. You have to use Reels, like the button, the UI for it. What you're talking about is the IGTV thing. That's different. So IGTV, Insta Stories, and Reels are all different. It's dumb. I don't know why they do this. Yeah. Like, I could do an IGTV, but that doesn't count as a Reel. Don't know why. I do sell prints, Cat. Yep. So if you go to here, that's my store. I do. I know, it's stupid. Read through that post. They expect you to do so much stuff. It's crazy. Instantly stressed you out. Yeah, Twitter's hard. Hi, Lucy Bubs. Thank you. Oh, you're so sweet. I appreciate that. Oh, thanks, Serenity. I didn't even see that. So yeah, it's silly. I do wish Instagram would get kind of better about having a like a browser version. I know they have a browser version, but it is not as good as it could be. Like, I wonder why they make it so you can only upload mobile. That seems strange. Like, I mean, being able to upload through the browser, like, what problem are you gonna have with that? Like, why wouldn't they let you do that, you know? Is there a problem with that? Like, it just makes things easier for people who are content and business creators? It's strange. It's weird, too, because they have personal accounts, they have business accounts, and they have creator accounts now. I was on a business account, but since they made creator accounts, I switched over to the creator account, and it seems I'm actually getting a little bit better engagement. I don't know. It's all crazy. Serenity is a great mod. I agree, Kat. You are right. Yeah, it's weird. So if you're on a business account, maybe switch over to doing the creator. Business is more for like legit merch. If you're selling like clothes and all that kind of stuff. But for creators, if you read through it, it's more like musicians, artists, photographers, people like us, you know. The business side has more things that hook up merch type stuff. Like it goes through it. Like if you go to into, I think it's in settings. Yeah. Okay. So if you go to your account when you're logged in, you go up to the menu, you go down to settings. I assume yours looks like this. If it doesn't, I'm sorry. It's because mine is bugged. And then you go to settings, you go all the way to the bottom. You can, or maybe it's in accounts now. Shit. Hold on. Yeah, okay. So you get to the settings, right? And then you go into account. You go into account, and then you go to the bottom. It says switch account type. Okay? And I think that's when, yeah, switch to business or switch to personal, or if you're on business or personal, it'll say the other one. And then you switch it. It'll tell you, I believe, before you do it, the difference. But you could also just look it up online, the difference between them. But creator seems to be better for me. And I've been on business for 3-ish years, something like that. Yeah, I'm trying to help, man. What I'm learning about all this stuff is everything is chaos. You try what you can do, you do what you can, and I don't know, if your Instagram doesn't update, you gotta deal with it. I don't know. It's like trying to understand why something goes viral. Remember we talked about that? That was another thing we talked about in here. Understanding when something goes viral. And I was talking about it in like the game sense, when games back in the day went viral, like Flappy Bird and Angry Birds and stuff. But like the obsession with trying to understand why something goes viral is fruitless, because it's an amalgam of like what's going on in culture. You know, did this thing get a ton of marketing? Maybe it just hit because somebody knew somebody with it. Like, it's all chaos. You know, like, it's crazy. Oh, you're welcome, Sonny. 50 million followers. You'll get it by tomorrow. No, I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Put up a picture of your butt. No, don't do that. Okay. I'm gonna go. Thank you guys for sticking with me for this Hanged Man. So the cards will have the little banner that says, you know, which card it is and all that stuff. And then the backs will have the backings that I designed. I'll do a good idea. Don't mention me. I didn't give you the idea. You're welcome, Serenity. So I'll be on next Saturday, 5 p.m. Central, which, oh my god, it's been an hour? I said I was going to leave an hour ago. Okay, so 6 hours ago was when I started. That's stupid. Oh, thank you, Serenity! Oh my god, you're wonderful. Thank you. Yeah, I need to sleep too. I am now tired and exhausted. Thank you all for coming. I'll see you later. Please feel free to contact me on anything you want. It might take me a minute because I try to stay away from it, but I will talk to you, you know. But yeah, thank you for being here. I'll see you next Saturday. All right? Enjoy your weekend. Have a good week. Bye.